Hello everyone and welcome back to the live stream. We are calling this Creative Chaos since, well, we're just working on what we can work on. I am in my basement, so hence the hat. It's chill. It's gotten chilly here again. It's only -4, but this basement, folks, goes all over the place. Anyway, today we are going to be working on the things and the other things. Pockets into Kato is the main one today. And then after Pockets into Kato, we'll be doing, oh my goodness, I was going to say that we're going to do interior assembly, because the next step for the exteriors is I need to actually cut and do the webbing. So we will be doing not that, probably. Okay, that is a bag that is apparently not here right now, although I've got the drawstring channels there. So what happened to the exterior for that drawstring channel? Oh, it's underneath all the way here. Anyway, so kids are in care today. So this is like kind of a catch-up day, kind of a chill day, just kind of trying to get along here. Did my run this morning, so I'm like just testing out some speed work to see how I do for like at higher speeds. I think I found a comfortable place to test myself. Now of course it's just going to be training at that level, because those are two different beasts. So yeah, if I'm gonna do Kyoto next year for 2025, I need to like be on my A game pretty much. There. So right now what we're going to do is, before we actually install the pockets, I have to trim the wedge that's going to be in the bottom here. And then we put the pockets on based on their height above the wedge, so that we don't end up sewing the pockets into the bag or into the wedge seam, basically. After I left the camera on Saturday, I did say I wasn't going to do anything, and then I totally went in and broke my promise to everyone and experimented with that reversible drawstring bag, and it is adorable. So those will be coming into production. I just have to get over my analysis paralysis of like what fabrics are going to go the best with which ones, and just do it. It's going to probably be fairly similar to how I'm going to have to do the scraps for book sleeves as well, as just do it. Don't think too much about it, just put it together and go. I think what I'll kind of do is more like color families, so like pinks together or blues together or blacks together, and that's how it's going to just have to go, because yeah, otherwise I'm just like, it won't happen, because I'm like, I guess I'm not like a perfectionist. If you've been watching me for a while, you know that. But I do have some difficulties letting go of that sort of thing. Maybe not perfectionism, but a little bit of control. Because obviously I do also want to produce goods that are at the highest quality to my current abilities. And sometimes if you're doing like chaos patchwork, that is not going to be it. But at the same time, I don't want to be so rigid that it just doesn't happen. So I think what we'll do is we'll go into the bin that's got the strips in it, and we'll sort it into color families. We'll put the color families together, and then I'll just go from there. Because yeah, and then I can just reach into a pile, and that's whatever the next piece is. Obviously, I won't repeat a lot of pieces together. So like, I don't want like a bunch of the same print together. I'll break it up. So if I'm grabbing like 2 or 3 strips of the same print because they've all stacked together, no, I'll throw them back and grab another strip, hopefully, of a different fabric. But anyway, that's where we're at right now. I gotta say, my speed run felt really good today. Something about speed running, like speed work, is so satisfying. I do need to do more. There was 2 bags there. I need to do more endurance running, because I am training for half marathons and marathons as well. And that's basically what a marathon is endurance running, not really. Well, you can do it at speed, but in my case, you can't do both at the same time. It's one or the other. You can run a marathon or you can run fast. I am not in the category of you can run a marathon fast right now. But I did also just see my physiotherapist because I'm still doing some pelvic floor work and everything's it's tight. It's very tight, which is what we got to work on a little bit, and that's probably going to help as well. I've actually, after the marathon, I did drop a lot of weight. I am actually back below my weight when I first started, like really watching my calories and stuff like that. So that's going to help my speed. But mostly it's just going to be consistent training this year. As much as that sucks, all it is it's like, although at the same time, that's what's gotten me out a lot when I was like dragging on my training for the marathon. I was like telling myself, it's like, the only difference between someone who's done a marathon and me is the fact that they've been consistently training. So that convinced me to get out sometimes. Is it perfect? No. Will it still get me gains? 100%. Also, like, I definitely have to work in like the strength training and stuff this year more than I did last year. And that's easier actually this year because right now I'm just basically training for halves and just halves. God, sounds ridiculous. But the training program for a half is significantly reduced versus a marathon. And so that's where I will gain some time. Also, I'm going to gain some time because the kids are both on the same school schedule now. So I'm so excited about that as well. So today we are working on getting the Kato pockets installed into the Kato interiors. I don't know where we'll really end up today, but once I get all the pockets installed, we will get all the pockets installed today. Once I get all the pockets installed, we'll sew the interiors because the next step for the exteriors is to cut and singe the webbing. And that is easier with my heat knife. And now that I'm thinking of it, I don't know where my heat knife is. I think it's in my cutting studio, but the cutting studio desk right now is an absolute disaster because I'm still right in the middle of that sort out of the like scraps and everything like that. I'm 100% down for doing this pop-up at Ancient Ice Yarns, but it kind of threw a curveball into my whole like tidying and everything that I was doing. So we'll get back onto it like hardcore once I'm actually done the pop-up. And once once the pop-up's done, I gotta finish my taxes. And then I need to finish tidying up the cutting studio because we're gonna need to start cutting bags again. And I want to I gotta finish up the book sleeve prototypes, and I gotta finish up the embroidery bag prototypes because I would love to have both of those available after this as well. But we're going to go with tried and trues right now, and tried and trues are the Kato bags for sure. They have been so popular since I introduced them to the shop, and I can't blame anyone. I love them too. All right, Shibas. I think we're down to something like, I think we're down to under 12 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like 9 left, which is even better than I anticipated. Pretty sure when I counted them last, we still had 15, so I'll take it. Anyway, so yeah, I did do the experiment with the reversible, you are too tall by half an inch. What the heck? Or too wide. Just gonna mess up all the pockets. So we're gonna trim this down a little bit. Pop, pop, pop. Excuse me. I swear I am not sick as far as I know, but for some reason when I come downstairs I get the sniffles. Do you know what it probably is? It's probably all the like fiber flying around. I do wonder if I'm supposed to be actually wearing a mask around this much fabric. Because looks like there is a lot of dust involved. Yeah, there, let's get back into here. Hey, clips. Gone forever. Where? So, I should have gone for a nap before I came downstairs, but that is my mistake. I always do that. It's like I get downstairs and I am tired. Anyway, yeah, I'm working with my pelvic floor physio because it's like I don't want to damage my pelvic floor. I knew it was tight before, just after having babies and everything like that. And who knows what it was like before babies. It's not like I went and got it assessed then. And yeah, so we're just going to work on loosening that up a little bit, and that's going to help a lot with the running too, because it should help open up my stride. That's at least what I really noticed with it when I was doing a lot of the work over the summer with it. But that physio went on mat leave. She had a little one. And really there was only a dude left. And yeah, he was not going to be working on pelvic floor, and I wouldn't have wanted him working on my pelvic floor either. But I did work with him for the plantar fasciitis, which helped immensely. It's actually more or less, I think it's gone for now. It's one of those ones. I did feel my foot kind of tighten up and cramp up this week. So I was like, okay, we got to take some extra care this week just to like roll it out, stretch it out. I got to make sure I get my like actual strength exercises in and stuff like that. So now I didn't do that today, but that's okay. I'll do it Wednesday and Friday. There are luckily more days in the week this week. All right, we are cranking along then, which I am happy about. If there's less to do, there's less to do. So yeah, actually we might need to cut and do the webbing. I guess what I could do is I'll just set up on the sewing table here, and we'll be able to cut the, like, heat cut the webbing on the sewing table. And actually doing that earlier in the day would be better, because then it gets time to cool down before I leave the room. So, I think so yeah, change plans. We will do pockets, and then we will do webbing, and then we can do the interior exterior at the same time. Although I just realized that all the pockets also need one more. What am I doing? Why am I not doing? Okay. It's okay. Okay, so these actually do need more seams to actually make the pockets. And I'm like, setting them aside, like, don't need to do any more work. No, you have more work to do. You've got like 3 more seams to do on the pockets, Katie. So I was saying that these are nearly done because they're nearly sewn in, which they are. But I could be doing the extra pocket seams and then sewing them together instead of pocket seams and then sewing them. Oh my goodness, apparently I might be physically here, but mentally I'm like off in La La Land somewhere. I don't know where. We're maybe not going to ask. Just complete brain fart moment. Okay, well, we'll finish. I think what I was doing is I was like, I'm going to chain piece these all, and then I started cutting them apart because I was like, if I cut them apart and set them with the exteriors that they're meant to be with, there'll be less chaos of like having to sort them again because we've already sorted them twice basically. That's probably what happened. So I think at this point what we'll do is I'm not going to over plan it because apparently I can't even stick to my own plans. I think we do actually go in and we do the webbing, and then we do the pocket sew to create the pockets. Because basically what I have to do is I have to go in and I have to actually like split the fabric in the middle with a seam line and then in 2 spots for the other side. And that is the step that I was forgetting. So yeah, I think we'll prep to do that and the exteriors and interiors just all at once. Whatever. It all just has to happen at once. It's just sometimes well, I usually try to do the most efficient way, and apparently I am 100% not being efficient about this. That's okay. Next time. And we're already, like, we're nearly done. I think there's what, like 7 left or whatever. So we're just going to click along here and we'll be good. Okay, we're going to line it up on the one side. There's a little bit of stretch in this. We know that the lining is a little bit wide. So I'm just going to scoot this in like an 1/8 of an inch, and then that should help it. I don't know why I didn't measure there, although that looks like the amount is supposed to be up. Yeah, we're good. As long as it's not under the amount. And then we're fairly even on this side. That's what I care about. There we go. So if you haven't heard, we are currently confirmed for, I've got the Ancient Arts Yarns pop-up on February 10th, which is this Saturday. And it's whatever the studio hours are, which is, I think, is 10 to 4. And because it's the first anniversary, there'll be studio tours and a bunch of other stuff happening. I think there's like door prizes and goodies and all that. And then I am confirmed for Fiber Shindig on April 6th at the Genesis Center in Calgary. And then I am also up at the up in Dawson Creek at the Peace Fiber Festival on April 28th. I am currently waitlisted and just kind of waiting to see if I get into OdaFest for Calgary, which would be super exciting if I do. That's like I really want to do all the other shows, obviously, that I've signed up for, but I would really, 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 really like to do OdaFest. So fingers crossed that I get off the wait list. Apparently it does actually shift a little bit, or quite a bit, throughout the next few months, which is exciting. And then I am also confirmed for Knit City Calgary in August. And then I'm pretty sure I'm mostly confirmed for Omatsuri, which is the week before before Knit City. And then that is what I have on the docket right now. So I'll be looking for some fall shows of some description. If Fiber Shindig goes well, maybe I'll redo Fiber Shindig in the fall. That would be good. Or something. Something always comes up. I know last year that the CJCA, so the Calgary Japanese Canadian Association, had a kimono market in April, and then they have a big bazaar market in November. So I'll try and make sure that I'm available for the November one at least. But yeah, just trying to keep it a full schedule because the bags do sell better in person. Yeah, they just sell better in person. And I get it. I hate having to pay shipping myself. Even as a small business owner, I'm always like, oh, shipping. I hate having to put money into the shipping when it's like, I can save this and actually give more money to this maker in like a month. So, I see you. I know. Shipping sucks. And there's no way around it either for me, really. Shipping is just really expensive in Canada. Although I know that it's been really bad in the States too. Although it's still cheaper to ship to the States than it is to ship within Canada, which is insane to me. Now, if that was all going to the workers, not a problem. I think most of it is going to the workers, but I would much prefer that over it going into like a profit above and beyond our service cost. Okay. I've actually never looked at it. I need to go look in to see, like, does Canada Post actually post a profit? Okay, there is 1 and then 2. I will not be doing reversible drawstring bags on stream today because most of that work is iron work, and the iron is not here. It is in the cutting studio. So they'll mostly be happening, well, I'll probably do more on Wednesday because it would be fun to have some of those for that event this weekend, the pop-up. Although then the question becomes, do I do like a cotton cord in them, which is a little bit of an elevation from like, or do I just do the satin ribbon? Because I have satin ribbon on hand. I would have to actually buy cotton cord. I'm leaning towards using the satin ribbon so I don't have to buy new supplies again. So, especially because they're on hand and in the cutting studio. So that right there is the argument for yes, just use what you have here. And I even have fray check to stop the ribbon from fraying right now, which is another important factor in it. Those bags, though, do drive home the fact that I need some sort of like little minimalist tag that I can just sew into the side or like the drawstring channel. I should have brought it downstairs to show, but I totally forgot to do that. Today's just been one of those days. Everything's a little bit out of order. Obviously, even my sewing is a little bit out of line. So, all right, we're going to turn this down just a tick because it is too wide and obviously also like a little bit crooked. So we're going to even it up basically. Go. Sorry, I'll try to remember not to throw the shears down. Shears are not for throwing, mostly because the mic is super upset when you do. Okay, and then we're going to trim it down about here to make it the correct lining size. Or close enough. A little bit off is fine. Oh man, that's damn near exactly where I needed it to be. Awesome. All right. And I am sorry for them squeaking. They need a little bit of oil, but I do not know where the, usually I just put a little bit of, oh, what oil do I put in them normally? You could use sewing machine oil, I think, in like the little dropper, but I have like spinning wheel oil. And I said that and now I don't know where it is. But anyway, it just needs a little drop of oil. Yeah, it's not where I'm thinking it is. I've got like that pegboard over above the hardware bins, and that's where I was like, oh, maybe it's over there, because I know that it was hanging out on my window for most of the summer last year, until I figured out that when I opened the window, because it's a push-up window, it squished the needle cap. So the needle's like bent. It still works, but I did move it after that, and now I don't know where I moved it to. I also have a Canada WD-40 over there, but I'm not supposed to use that in the house, so I don't really want to go outside right now. So we'll just all have to put up with slightly squeaky shears. Oh man, this confetti fabric looks spectacular against the beige. I'm excited. But anyway, yeah, so like I need a little the reversible drawstrings like highlighted the fact that I do want some sort of little reversible or minimalist sewing tag, and now I gotta figure out a supplier for that, because my supplier for like my actual tags has disappeared into the ether. They closed shop without a word to their customers, and they're just gone. I don't know where to actually get more tags in Canada. I'm gonna have to like poll a couple of the bag making groups that I'm in on Facebook and be like, okay, Canadian makers, where do you get your tags? Because finer ribbon is gone. I know you can make them yourself, but honest to God, it is too too much work for the numbers that I typically produce. So I will pay someone else to do it for me. And the question is, because like it needs to be minimalist, so it can't really have the cat logo on it. It's like, what else? Do I do something else? Like, what do I do? Did I just... That... Yeah, my bobbin thread broke. What is going on with this bobbin? Hello, bobbin. Please don't freak out on me. Why are you freaking out on me? You were perfectly fine on that one. Okay. Let's get this back under. So I just realized I need to actually find my seam ripper, and it's around here somewhere, but I know I picked it up from my youngest because they were like walking around with it when it was also out in like seam ripper / stiletto mode, and I'm like, that is going to damage one of you two. Please do not be walking around with that. There we go, that's happier. Okay. Actually start this bobbin winding. There we go. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. Sweet. We are cranking along right now. That is exciting. This one's already got its wedges cut, which does actually speed this process up significantly. We will have to cut all those wedges on the exteriors as well. It's just we're not working with the exteriors right now, so there's no point. Why would I do that? I should move those hardwood bins over here, but part of why I moved the desk around when I was tidying up last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was so that the youngest couldn't get up and get the hardware. And then I tidied up the desk that's behind me right now, and they instantly, I don't know what it is about the second kid, guys, basically instantly figured out that they could then climb on the desk that's behind me and get into the like brown shelf that, like this room, the display shelf up here, and on into everything that's actually on the desk. And I'm just like, oh, I cannot win. And like, it's like, I can't not come down and work with them around, but apparently I need to do my like out of the room work and then just do my in the room work when they're around. I don't know what to do. It's like, their heights are such moving targets and their abilities are such moving targets that it doesn't matter what I do one week, it's going to be different the next week, basically. So I guess we'll find out. Okay. We are down to like 4.5 more pockets to sew in. And yes, these do need one more step. I realized once I started the stream, or I don't know, about halfway through these pockets, I'm like, I still have like 3 more seams to do on these to actually make pockets. So when we go to actually sew the interiors up, that's when we'll do it, because right now this is where my headspace is apparently. Alrighty. We are damn near done though, which is awesome. At least this step. And then I do think that I'm going to go grab the heat knife and the cutting board, and we will do the webbing cuts next, because then the hot knife has time to like cool down before I leave the studio for the day. Because that's one of the things that's like, even I'm more paranoid about that than I am even about the iron, because iron cools down really fast. This little heat knife though, even for like how thin the metal is and everything like that, it does not cool down very rapidly at all. So alright, this one is not overcut too bad, but we are going to shave a little bit off on this side just so we're safe. There we go. And then we're going to trim down this side. I could just do that instead of having to like listen to that squeak every single time I close the scissors. All right. There we go. So I am now on the hunt again for more. Actually, I don't know if I'm on the hunt for more audiobooks or not, but I always love to have recommendations and like a backlist to listen to, but I'm not particularly feeling the audiobooks right now, but I know I will be when I'm actually like in the throes of summer prep. As much as I love streaming, I will probably be wanting to do less chatty streams and more ASMR streams. So if you have any audiobook recommendations, or you're watching this later and not on the live chat anymore, you can always throw them in the comments, please. I am not a big mystery person or a big horror person. I do like fantasy, I like romance, smut, all of that. Yeah, definitely escapist literature right now, or fiction right now is the big one. Especially when I'm working, because it's kind of like, it's not quite background noise, but it almost needs to be. So I think I am moving out of the YA a bit more. But that's also because I finally found the genres where it's like, it's not a midlife crisis constantly. Although I think that is why I like the romance with the happily ever afters and everything like that. You know, for everything that's going down, that it is going to have a happily ever after ending, and that's kind of what I like. And that's part of the escapist fiction as well. All right, we're getting there. There. And here. And then we'll do the webbing. Now the question is, so if I don't find the hot knife, what we'll do is we'll just cut the webbing and then I'll trim it down. That's fine too, and we'll singe the ends with a lighter. The heat knife's just nice because it's like super easy, quick. Well, it's a one-step process instead of a two-step process, basically. One, two, three, yeah, 4 left. Perfect. There's totally cat hair on this, of course. So we got not a major dump of snow, but significantly more than I thought we were going to get. We got probably another 2 to 3 inches again over the last couple of days, which, considering that basically everything had melted, is good. Looking towards it, it's probably going to mean that we're going to end up with like a really snowy March, which overall will be good for the province, as long as everywhere gets it. So, because all of us are kind of looking at it like, oh my goodness, if fire season, if it was as bad as it was last year, with the amount of snow that we had this year, is going to be horrendous. I'm not looking forward to that. Caroline and I were extremely lucky that we were actually out of the country when the worst of it was happening in some ways. So, but what a way to start the year for sure. Well, the summer season, I guess. Okay. But yeah, we're getting to the point where the kids are old enough to start hiking and stuff like that. So there's also that of like, we want to get out and get hiking. And you can't do that when the like air is unsafe to breathe. yes, I planted my flag in the sand and I went, I am going to do the thing, hopefully, next year. We figured out so if I want to do Kyoto, I want to be training at about a 5 mile per hour average pace-ish. Which I think is totally doable. It's like a 12-minute mile, which would mean it's about, I think it's 8 kilometers per hour. Give or take a little bit. I think that's the closest one. It's just over 8k per hour. I don't know what that makes it, like minute per kilometer. But that, if I was able to maintain that pace for a full marathon, it gives me like a 5:20. So the cutoff time for Kyoto is 6 hours. It means that I would have 40 minutes of wiggle room, because there's no way I could go to a marathon and not pee for like 5 hours and 20 minutes. So it gives me some wiggle room. It also gives me a little bit of wiggle room for like a stretch at about the like 20-mile mark. Yeah. Now you may ask, Katie, you're Canadian, why are you using miles versus kilometers? It's less scary. 42.2k sounds a lot better in accomplishment terms, but 26.6 is a lot less scary training. It also reinforces the fact of just how much, like, that the mile is almost like 2k. But yeah, it's partly that. It's partly my training programs are all in like miles, so that's why I mostly refer to it as miles. Hey Larissa, so I do actually have scrap packs available on the website right now. I do tend to like try to use up most of my scraps. We've just actually discovered something that I can use them for, but I do have scrap packs available right now. And not all of them are available because I think I pulled apart about 3 of them, but they should be on the website. Let me see if I can track them down for you. I can throw a link into the, I don't know if I can actually throw it into the chat, but I'll try. Scrap packs. And basically what I did is I did it via weight versus via anything else. And if you just go to ateliernekozuki.com, oh yeah, that looks like it'll actually link. At least it does on my end. Even if you just go to ateliernekozuki.com and search scrap packs, they are there. And I just sorted a bunch more. And once I'm through a show season is when I go through and I sort all of my scraps again. So around September this year, post Knit City in August, I'll be doing another big sort, because the tidying process in the last like 23, 24 is still ongoing. I keep moving my studio around right now, so it's like it's always finding like stuff. I also got called out the other day, very kindly. I'm not complaining about this, that I need to be working on my timeout projects. And so that's what we're doing right now. These are all the projects that didn't get finished before Airdrie. So I'm going to try and get them done for the pop-up with Ancient Arts Yarns. If you are in the Calgary area, by the way, you can select a pickup option, and we can arrange a pickup in the Calgary area as well. Or I will be down at Ancient Arts Yarns on Saturday from 10 to 4 for a pop-up. So I can always bring it with me then if you're going to be down there as well. Where were you in Japan? Because you said, when did you go? In August. Ooh. That would have been a very hot month. When I went on exchange there, I was there for the first weekend in September, and I was like, oh, it's going to be like Canada. The weather won't be that different. Osaka was like 36 degrees plus humidity on the first weekend of September. I still remember that because I looked up. I'm like, oh my goodness. I still actually have scarring from the actual sunburn that I got that first week in Japan. So it always burns easier. And yes, half the work is done. And we're actually, I would say we are about halfway even on these Kato bags. So I'm quite excited about that. I say as I eye the like piles of stuff over on that other desk. Oh well, it's not going anywhere. Right? That's the thing. It's not going anywhere. And we are down to 2 more bags to actually put the pockets in, so that's exciting. By the way, I hope that the mic is working better. I feel like I hear myself better through my phone, which is good. But if we do have more sound issues, let me know. We can always figure something else out. I would honestly suggest October, simply because crowds will be so much better in October. My favorite time to actually go is November, because the momiji, which are the maples, are all like red. And then my second favorite time is actually, it sucks because it's Golden Week, but early May is really nice too because the wisteria are in bloom. But yeah, that would have been, I was in Osaka and it was hot, as I mentioned. Sorry, that is very crooked. What the hell? That one is not as crooked. Yeah, the next trip we're looking at is February, and that is because of the marathon, because the marathon weekends are like, it's really funny because Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo are all right back to back. So it's really tempting to be like, we'll just run them all. But I think I'm going to aim for Kyoto and Dallas is going to aim for Osaka. And then the fact that I have to be 6 hours will just terrify me into training for the summer. Because it's like my first half marathon is in May this year. Well, second half, but first half, official half for speed. So that's not really going to be a good judge of how quick I can be in February of next year. And my second half is in, oh my God, when is it? September. And it is not going to be a good judge either because, well, I can't judge it based on it then because the application period will be closed. So that is way too close to that wedge. Damn it. Okay. Buff. Means it went in extremely crooked, or something's crooked. I don't know. Maybe it's not the pocket. It's not the pocket. It's the cut. It's this cut, it looks like. All right. Well, we will trim this down, and we will. I know I have a seam ripper, but I removed the seam ripper from the youngest's hands the other day and put it somewhere safe. From me too, apparently, because I haven't seen it since. So usually I pop it in the drawer here. But yeah, it's not in there. Okay. It's like there is a slim chance that I just missed it the other day. I probably put it up on a shelf and it's like, or in one of the baskets on the pegboard right up here over the laptop. But we'll find it. It's part of the joys of tidying up is finding all the stuff you've lost, right? There we go. Oh, these scissors are sharp and they're tiny, so they fit in stuff. I'm glad to see, though, that you did get out of Tokyo, because I find a lot of people that go to Japan and don't enjoy it do end up spending a lot of time in Tokyo. It's like, I've seen two groups. It's either the people who really, 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 really love Tokyo, or they're like, Japan's boring because all they did was Tokyo. So I'm always like, get out of Tokyo. Tokyo, at least for me. It's funny because I basically randomly chose my university when I went on exchange. And I chose the university I did because it had the most similar term structure to Calgary. So I didn't have to it didn't mess up my year, basically. Although I still graduated a year later. It's totally worth it, obviously. But yeah, so I chose it, and I knew I wanted to go to Japan. I didn't know much about Japan at the time, though, admittedly. And I think my other university was actually Tokyo. And I'm so glad I ended up in the university in Kyoto, or in Osaka, because I find the people down there also much more welcoming. Not that Tokyoites aren't, but I find that I fit better in with like the people in Kansai than I do with the people in Tokyo. Clothing wise, attitude wise, all of that. Much more easygoing city than Tokyo, for sure. All right, I'm breaking my promise to you, Andrea, and I am not going to be doing one of these timeout bags because it needs black top stitching, and all of these only need white top stitching. Sorry. That'll be the first thing that goes under well, I'll probably need to do an exterior black top stitching, so when I get there, I will finish it up. Or at least I'll do that part, and then we'll do the rest of it when I do the next round of Kato. Yeah, it can go in the Kato bin and get finished then. Yeah, because we're down to 2, plus that one, and it's like tucked away so that I can special. It'll get special treatment later. This is very wonky cuts. Oh my goodness. What was I doing when I was cutting these? It's like there's an extra, I don't know, inch and a quarter on that side. Oh, these poor shears. Okay, so I need to find my seam ripper and I need to find my oil. Actually, I'm going to just stand up and see if I've got my oil here or not. No. Darn it. Hey, there is. Oh, no, that's an. Like, there's my seam ripper, but no, it's an awl. So that's not going to work. Or stiletto, whatever you want to call it. It would work for other things. It's like, so here's the drawback to me tidying up is I always, like, end up losing stuff. More than if I didn't tidy up. In some ways, which is not good. It does feel better down here already, besides the fact that like everything's pulled out to tidy. It's still better than it was like whenever I started. I know, a little bit of ribbing. It is a cute one, so I really do want to get it done. So yeah, once we got black thread in the machine, I'll finish up as much of it as I can. It's just not worth pulling the white thread out right now when I can do webbing and then start right on to the next step. Because these would not look good with black stitching on the interiors anyway. With like, even on the seams, it would show too much. Because these are fairly delicate fabrics. Well, not delicate, but opaque, I guess maybe might be a better description. All right, 3 more pockets. I did right. I did actually take them to get sharpened, but I think it's actually the screw kind of. I need to put like a little bit of like a drop of oil in the middle here because it's all metal on metal. So I think it's like it's either that or like somewhere in there. So I think it just needs to have a little bit of stuff in there. Self-oiling scissors would be amazing. My machine does it. Why can't my shears? It's just also like grating listening to it. And I'm sure it's not much better on your guys' end than it is on mine, so. All right, I'm just going to throw this last one through because it's the same setup, so it doesn't matter which bag it goes into as long as it gets done. This is little reindeer bears, or raindrop bears, not reindeer bears. Oh my goodness. I was showing my eldest a book because we're starting some Japanese learning, and I was able to find some like picture books with super like, yeah, self-care scissors. Independent care scissors. No care scissors. There we go. Anyway, I showed my eldest the book, and like it has the pictures, and you're able to do like the easy like Japanese vocab and everything like that. It's actually really cute. But the deer in there, they were like, it's a reindeer, like Santa's. Which, yeah, fair enough. It does kind of look like a reindeer more than an actual deer. Although now that I think of it, I need to go find the oil. Okay, when I get up to look for the heat knife, I am looking for the oil for my shears because it's just getting worse. Okay, now that is, okay, that's fine. Actually, so we're going to sew it this way because the wedge has to be cut out of this side anyway. And we're going to say, this is like a crooked cut as well, so I just want to make it the best I can from what we have right now. It'll be fine. But there we go. That'll be better. Yeah, now that I'm saying that though, I don't think I've ever actually shown my eldest a picture of like a deer from Canada. So maybe I need to like rectify that and show them a picture of like reindeer as well. We were at the zoo the other day and they have caribou. Which are not quite the same, but they're closer at least. Calgary Zoo actually did get polar bears this year, which is late last year. So that was super exciting because they were super active when we were there the other day. All right. Okay, we're good on that side. I don't know why I keep measuring that side so diligently when it's the side that's going to shift around and this is the one that really matters, but you know. I think actually the next big step after the pop-up will also be to help tidy up is I'll probably be going in and doing a sample sale because there's a bunch of stuff that I like prototyped or I might have put into semi-production and then nothing really ever happened with it. The amount of work that would have to go into it to like made it like not a sound time investment on my end. So there's gonna be some stuff that'll go into that and stuff that like is actual prototypes, like they're not quite right. Or I went a little bit different direction or a really different direction. So there'll be that. And then actually after that will also be, there is still some fabric to destash and yarn to destash. So I think this year will be the year of just clearing out the studio in between like shows. Maybe that'll be the big thing in the fall is like, if I don't have a lot of shows, I was actually doing all that stuff. Okay. I need to go find my heat knife and I need to get the webbing and the cutting board and I need to see if I can find the spinning machine. Oh my goodness, it's not a spinning machine. The spinning wheel oil for the shears. So I'm going to be back in about 5 to 10 minutes once I grab everything, but I will be back. All right, I am on my way back. I'm going to put you into intermission. Clippy on. We are going to shuffle around and actually sit at the desk because I was like, wait, I've got more room over here, better dedicated space, blah, 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 blah. So that's what we're doing. I don't know why I'm unplugging the laptop from that side. Oop, that's probably really loud. Okay. Hello. Let's come this way. And then we'll throw you up like big camera up over the desk. So the first step we need to do is we need to match up what colors of webbing we actually want with bags. Sorry, gotta shuffle a few things around. Could have done a little bit more prep work rather than just like, hey, I'm back. That's a bad sound. Okay. Okay. And also try to get it so that you aren't quite going to be in my face. But like I also don't want my mic cord across and in the way of the hot knife, because that would be a surefire way to damage my mic. And we kind of want to avoid that if we can. Okay. Shine the light on here. Let me just see where we're at with the studio. And then we should be good. Dallas is already making dinner and it smells friggin' amazing. I'm excited. Okay, I'm gonna move that over there. And then what happens when I come over? Actually, we're gonna move the box of the Kato over on this side because I'll be working more on the left, so you can work right to left. Alright. Around the mic cord. Don't yank the mic off my shirt. Thank you. And then actually we'll move the phone more or less where the Kato bin was, because that is going to be your best view. I don't need to see that view. You need to see that view. Sweet. There we go. That looks good. All right, so this is the pile here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to match the bloody-blahs to the bloody-blahs. I don't think we have anything, actually, okay, God, I said that, I don't think we have anything red, but we've got those 2 Shiba bags and 3 Shiba bags, and those might actually work best with red. We'll see here in a moment. So we got navy, we've got 2 rolls of navy, because we're almost out of one. I did find my seam ripper. I did not find the oil yet for the actual shears, but we shouldn't have to use... Never mind, that's an actual, not a lie, because I didn't say it out loud. I was about to say we don't need to use the shears much anymore because we've done the cutting. But no, we do still need to do the shears because we got to cut the exterior wedges. And I just realized I should have also grab... Okay, I got to go grab the hardware bins. I will be back, though. I will be back. Alrighty, now I am back. I'm going to turn the laptop here so you can see me a bit better, even though I'm behind the stack. clip you on. That should be good, right? You can, I'm not too loud and I'm not too quiet, it doesn't look like, at least from what I can see from my mic jump thing. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to match up what we want to put with what. And I'm going to do the hardware at the same time out of these bins so that I don't have to, because it's kind of, it's like a conjoined task. Given that they both kind of have to happen, like the webbing gets sewn into the exterior, so I may as well do the hardware at the same time instead of like not like just cutting the webbing. It doesn't make sense. All right. I'm not going to worry too much about exterior or like matching up the exteriors interiors because they're already stacked as they should be, and I just, yeah, that sigh should tell you a lot right there. Sorry. The bears. The bears could go pink, or I could go, I think probably the sand would look really good too. I think the pink though, maybe with the rainbow iridescent. That sounds like a really weird combo, but it would be a rainbow with like raindrop bears, and so this rainbow after the storm. Okay, so let's do that. I'm not going to decide on hardware colors right now because that's going to be too much to manage with everything. But basically what we do now, or I do now, is I'm going to start a pink pile. So the pink pile is going behind the laptop. The more cats here is going to be dark brown. Easy peasy because there's a dark brown in this already. And then they're probably going to get a... okay, it's still cold. So I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, we're just going to go dark brown for these guys. I don't know why I'm trying to explain it. It's not a big deal. Dark brown. And then, yeah, so the stack of interiors are going to go behind me, and then we'll match them up later. That's fine, because it should be in order. Except it won't be because we're scattering these. Damn it. Okay, well, at least I realized that before I really committed to this. Okay. That's sassy cats. That's more cats. Next time we are doing a smaller production run. I don't know how to do this exactly because like there is no way to do this more smoothly. Except for maybe cut. Actually, yeah, it would be to cut the webbing when we're still in the cutting studio. That's the only way to make this smoother. So that's what we'll do next time is we'll cut. So when we're in the cutting studio, the Kato bags need their interiors, exteriors, and their webbing cut all at the same time. For this one, we're going to go with black. Black cats, black background, blah, blah, blah. Black. Easy. Okay. Then we're going to pop the lining with it. This one's also easy for hardware afterwards, in that we're just going to do... I'm going to pop that on the floor, though, because there's going to probably be a lot of black. I.e. this one right here with the teal and the black cats again, that is going to be black. I'm going to turn my camera down a little bit here so you can see my desk a bit better. There we go. That's better. And I'm not working quite so much off screen. Anyway. Oh, good Lord. Okay. So yeah, so this is what needs to happen next, is that those pockets need to be sewn down so that they actually make pockets. They're not just one giant slip pocket. It actually becomes 2 and 3 pockets on each side. Anyway, I think I was saying that Dallas is cooking dinner right now, and it smells amazing. I've been wanting to do pork belly for a while for like chashu, which is the pork that they typically put on Japanese ramen. And Costco has had really good prices, excuse me, on pork belly. And it just smells really good. We're going to go dark brown for the cats. Dark brown, black, dark brown, black. Dark brown because we did the lighter bottom as well. We could also do a sand color. I'm going to scoot this over because you're this light over a bit because it's going to light it up better for everyone, including me. Get out of here. Webbing. Anyway, yeah, actually that does help quite a bit. No, this is too warm and this is too cool. So we're going to do dark brown for the cats. The custom order that I had for it earlier was a black. Everything was just black. And it looked really good, but I want to do dark brown. And that's the difference between me doing it and a custom order. All right, so this one is that like floral spray kind of one. This could go multiple ways. The yellow that I have is like too bright. This is more of like a marigold orange color. So I think in this case, and that is like, so the teal down here is like too teal. Like you can, oh yeah, you can definitely see that. This is like a lime green, very vibrant, bright pink, and then like a marigold. So I think we're just gonna go with black because it won't, like it, then it won't contrast with the fabric. I was like, could we do rainbow with it? But no, we're not gonna do rainbow. We'll probably do gunmetal, maybe gold. Actually, gold would look really nice with that. So we'll do a black webbing and a gold hardware, just to spice it up a little bit, because why not? And then the next one is those pups with the like bright colors on them, and we're gonna go with navy for them because it's like a nice dark background. The navy webbing with it's gonna look really good. In person, this is lighter, and this is like a navy. It is showing, at least from what I can see on my screen, it is showing up quite dark actually. Turn up the brightness and that might help. Yeah, so it's like, it's a navy, and this is a dark blue kind of thing. So we're gonna do navy webbing. Okay, clippy clip. Swap here, get everything clipped in there, and then we're gonna throw the navy on the sewing desk. This one, the cat's on Dusty Aqua. It already has its tabs. So we're just going to clip its interior to it. Like this. And then we're just going to set it on the sewing desk to actually sew once we're done all this webbing. There we go. And then next we've got the Sneaky Floral Cats. So now Sneaky Floral Cats is blue, but we could go either direction for blue. So I could go bright blue, or I could go navy, or actually I could go gray. Gray would look really good because of the little gray guy that's like scattered in the flowers here. So the bright blue is this one, and actually I think I like that the best with it. Yeah, I think we should pull out the blue in this. Also, I have a lot of blue, so we may as well use it. Okay. And we'll clippy clip the interior to the exterior to the webbing. Okay, there we go. And then what I've done to hopefully make this process also faster is I've put a piece of washi tape on my cutting board. This is a tempered glass cutting board so that it can take the heat of the hot knife, hopefully. Well, it has so far, so that's always good. And words, that's why. Anyway, I should be able to line it up, and that should be the cut that I need to make from each of these instead of having to like cut it, and yeah, it gets messy. All right, so this is the Shiba Inu. This is where I was laughing about, oh no, I don't need red, but I think we're gonna do red. I think the red is too good. And then there is also the other one, which is the Shiba Inu Travels Japan on Vanilla Fleck. Vanilla Fleck means that it's like off-white, and then it's got little like brown freckles in it basically. But what it reminds me of is like French vanilla ice cream. So that's why it's Vanilla Fleck. Okay, you lost your thingamabobber, your clip. So let's clip all of you together. Red for sure. It's gonna go this side of the floor underneath my mic wire. There we go. This is the benefit to working in the cutting studio, is that there's that whole table to work on. This could go navy, or this could go that other color. This could go black. So navy, no, it's too black to go navy, so we're gonna go black then. And this is why, even though I'm not necessarily going to use all the colors, I bring all the colors out, because sometimes you just don't know until you see it side by side. And yes, I do have a fairly warm light on this, but it's not like everything is in a warm light, so it should match it fairly well anyway. Alright, this one has already also lost its clip, so snag one from behind me, and then I said that this was going to go to black, which is right there. And realistically, in this case, black is a pretty neutral color compared to a lot of what we're working with, and so whatever, it works. Royal Cats is easy. It's going to be black, but then we are going to do the gold hardware. So this just needs to be reassembled into its package, and then we will move to the next bag. There we go. And then the next one is the Alice. That's on the like kind of like bluier background, but it is blue enough, or it's dark enough. Yeah, we're gonna go with, oh man, if the teal was a little bit darker tone, like her dress here is a fairly dark like teal. If it was a little bit brighter, or this teal was a little bit darker, this would look amazing. But I think it's a little bit too bright versus the illustration, because it's like a dark illustration, although it does look good. What else? What could we do in there? We could do black. Black would look good, and then we could do, yeah, and then that's another case where we'll do this rainbow hardware, because you gotta have a little bit of flash, I think, with this fabric. Although this does look good. Teal, black, weigh in the live chat, teal or black. This is the teal. And we will do the rainbow hardware, whether we do the teal or we do the black, I think. Or black. Oh, I like the teal better. I'm going to put the teal for now. If you weigh in with the black, we can always debate it again when I go to cut it. But I think teal looks the best there. Teal for now. Pop. It's not very often I get to use that one. It is one of my favorite colors for the webbing, actually. Okay. Next is the pom-poms that are like this colors. So we're going to do the dark brown, because that's going to be the neutral for this one. And it has its drawstring right here. Like, where did it go? I just saw it when we were doing other stuff. So yes, we do have a couple more steps before we can actually assemble these, but I figure we will do the hot knife work now, and then it can cool down while I'm finishing up work in the studio for this afternoon. Because even more than my like iron, I worry about the hot knife. It gets really hot. I think it actually gets hotter than the iron. Melting through the like polypropylene and everything like that. So all right, this one, it goes with Sassy Cat or Black Cat with the this one we could go with like a light gray, but in this case we're going to go with black because of the black cats, even with the charcoal bottom. It should just be what I do is like, when in doubt, just go with black, because realistically it's not going to look bad most of the time. All right, and then the next one is the Shiba Inu. Nope, the trains. So the trains I think will also look good with the bright red. Again, we could do the yellow here, but we're already cutting red, so let's just do red. It's also got its drawstring right here as well. Now where'd the red pile go? There's the red pile. Now is the like vanilla fleck Shibas. And actually then I think it's the big dog bone Shibas after this. Okay, so there's both exteriors of the Shiba. And the interior pockets. Drawstring is over there. And yeah, it's gonna get the red Oh, right. We need to go in. So these are a little bit older before I figured out that, oh no, that's the right. I think that's right. Okay, I got to double check something for the measurements for these bags. I think the lining is cut a tiny bit shorter. Not much, but a bit. Right there. Ba, ba, ba. Open. Okay, lining. Bam. Yeah, it's actually an inch shorter. Okay. So we're fine. This is actually a little bit too big probably still. That's good. Better it be a little bit too big than too small. Red. Okay, and you've got all your pieces there? No, that's what we were working on before I got distracted, was getting the rest of the drawstring. And sundry. Go. Red. And then this Shiba Inu, it's a fairly neutral, but the red and the green on it are super bright. The yellow's super bright, but again, we are mostly cutting. We don't have any other yellows. Granted, if we did yellow for this, we could do yellow for the trains. Nah, let's do red. Red, red, red. Red will look happy with this one. Okay. The other one, so I've got a second one of the Shiba Inus, and we'll do that one with yellow instead then. That's what we'll do. We can have both. Why not both? Alright, so this is the other Alice. And so she's got these really bright red mushrooms as well. We could do black with this. We probably could do... No, we can't get away with navy with that. We could do the red, but I don't want to pull away from the fabric, so we're going to do black. Black, black, black. Okay, so it's going to go in this pile over here. Now we are on to Sassy Cat, or Black Cat in Windows, and it is a very purple print. Now, however, there are a lot of competing purples, so I don't think the purple webbing actually will work. No, because this is much more like pink purples than it is like purple purples. This is more of a blue purple. So this is going to go into the black as well. Just like that. I like when it's easy like that. And it's also what I was kind of leaning towards before even putting the purple with it. So we're good. Obviously, we've got some very large pockets, so we will be trimming stuff down after we've done the interior seams. That's just how it ends up working out. Black. Then I think the next one is the hedgehogs on that like mustard gold, and those will be black as well, just because I don't have any other color that's even going to remotely come to out working for this otherwise. Which means probably after this I'm going to not only need to order leather cord, I am also going to need to order or I'm going to need to go get some black webbing. Actually, I do know I need to go get red webbing because that little tiny roll is the last of it. So I know I didn't mention these guys, but I already knew what they were going to be. So these are the capybara in the hot spring, and we're going to do navy wherever the navy pile went. Oh, right, it's on the sewing disc. Durr. All right, next one is not matched up with its pockets for some reason. Okay, Katie, be consistent, lady. Actually, I think what ended up happening here is I ended up, this was like at the beginning, so I was just like, we're just gonna put these all in and it'll be fine. Gotta remember, it's never fine. Just match it up as we go. All right, so this, at least it actually is easy. So this is like sakura. It's pink with the gold highlighting around the various flowers. It's got a nice blue background. We have two options. We could do the navy, which will look very nice, or we could do the pink, same as the polar bears. And actually, in this case, I think we're gonna go with the pink because this is a very nice dark sakura color. Fairly bright, but darker, not like light sakura color. So that's what we're going to go with for this one. No. Why? All right, and then this gets the beige lining with the blue pockets. Unless we come across one where it's obvious that it's a better fit, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was intended for. And then we've got, let's do this one since it's on top. We've got the purple butterflies with the pink, and again, I think the pink is just going to be better. This is such an odd purple to match, and I didn't realize that when I bought it. Yeah, but we're going to pick up the pink again in here as well and kind of like pull that color out of the background of this purple. It'll also help break up the purple, whereas the black, even though I've used a black bottom on this, that's basically just its framing, but using a black webbing on this would be too much. It would dampen it down, I think, a little bit too much. At least that's what I'm going to say. Remember, half of the time I make this stuff up as I go, so you never know. All right. Pink, though. I think pink's going to look the best with that. This is going to have a white lining with beige pockets. My watch is like, you should stand. And I'm like, I am working, watch. Get out of here. I am, however, getting hungry, so it might almost be time for a snack. I did bring it down with me, so I didn't have to like go upstairs and get it or anything like that. Just into workflow and work today. All right, so there are a few in the base here. One needs like pockets and the lining cut. One needs to actually have its D-rings redone. One has a lot of the work done, but doesn't have like all of it. And then one is only an exterior. So that's the one that we'll work on probably when we go into the cutting room to actually get those bags or those bins underneath the table sorted. Sonata Coon on, so these are little cats on paper airplanes. I think the only answer for this one is yellow. So I think if we do this in yellow, then we're also going to do the train in yellow because I feel like that's going to be happy and glad. And then these guys will get a black hardware because that's going to pull out this like really dark charcoal cat in here. But yeah, let's do yellow for this one, right? Because that's, oh yeah, it's a brighter tone. This is like kind of a pastel yellow, but that's fine. It's close enough. And then we'll pull the trains from the red pile to be in this pile too. Okay, so it's Shebas, and train. Because the train, it would look really good with red, but it's also going to look really good with yellow too. All right. I am going to eat my snack while the heat knife warms up, so I'm just going to mute my mic so you don't have to listen to me chomping away over here. These are going to go into a bin that's on the floor right here. And then they'll go back into the cutting studio once I actually do stand back up. So I will be back in like 2 minutes once this is warm up and I've cleared my mouth. All right. I just moved the zipper drawers around because I was like, hey, wait, if I do that, then I've actually got space for my feet, which is glorious. All right. There's apparently chalk under there for some reason. Ugh. I don't know why there's a piece of Taylor's chalk under there, but you know, I'm way too far. Okay. So that feels like it's probably warmed up. Now, the one thing I do is I keep a piece of fabric or multiple pieces of fabric. That's what we're going to do today. Off to the side, because the one thing about this knife is that it does need to be cleared off from cutting, because otherwise it gets gunked up with the polypropylene because it's plastic. So that's one thing I'll just grab there and set there. And why we did this sorting is now we're going to go in and we're going to do the cutting for however many bags needs this webbing. So this right here, this piece of washi that I have here is actually the length that I need. And I am a little bit backwards for how I should be cutting because I am right-handed. But you know, if you're coming from that photo place, Instagram, I told you it's creative chaos, and it is always creative chaos in this studio. So we work with what we have. Basically, the other part of this is I would really like to not have this. There we go. Going across. Like, I don't want my cord going across like this. That would be the nice thing to mitigate, but you know, whatever, we'll deal with it. So now that we've got the webbing decided, the next step that we'll need to decide is what hardware to use. So that's always fun because, you know, nothing like making a bunch of decisions sometimes lined up like this. I do not need to clean this heat knife between every cut. More when I need to use it to clean is between colors is actually the big one. And if I'm doing like a bunch of cuts, even of the same color, it will need to be cleared off so that you don't have like chunks of plastic like everywhere. I never know quite how to use this. It's like I am just trying to groove along with my heat knife here. And we'll do the best we can. So the nice thing is basically what this does is that it seals off this edge and this edge, or both edges. So both the edge of the actual polypropylene that I'm cutting off of, as well. Oh my goodness, that camera is not focused. There we go, that should be a bit better. Anyway, it seals the edge of the actual webbing that I'm cutting as well as the webbing that I'm cutting off of. So what I was doing previously is I was using a lighter, which works perfectly fine. But when you're cutting a bunch of pieces like this, the lighter becomes tedious. You also are, like, as much as you're at a high risk to burn yourself with this, you're at a much higher risk to burn yourself with that lighter than anything. So also it's like a two-step process because you would have to like because this auto seals it, or seals it as I'm cutting it. With the lighter, you'd have to cut it, seal it, and then seal the end of the webbing as well, or like both sides of the webbing. So this is just more efficient. I appreciate it. All right, it's also like the super cheap little heat knife from Michaels. It's nothing fancy. Eventually, I will probably get one where I can just go shoop, shoop, shoop. But I am not there yet, and that's fine because this was like $17. I guess I could wait to do hardware, but why would I do that? That feels dumb. We're going to do the brass. I don't know, with the sepia tone and all of that, we're going to do brass hardware for the trains. It just feels like it's going to suit the best. Now, since we are to the bottom of the bin, I can just throw everything back in the bin as we get this done. Everything gets clipped together. And the next step will be sewing the pockets in, basically. And then I think I said with the cats, we were going to do that matte black hardware because that will look cute and classy. And I don't want shiny hardware with this one. Yeah, that's going to look good. It looks like bees. That's what it is. And I don't know why it is. These are totally cats on like paper airplanes, but bees. It is a bee bag. I think it's just the yellow of the actual bag that's like, we're bees. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. That's part of the creative chaos. All right, so we're getting webbing cut, because that's the next big step that we actually need to do. And then we'll get moving on the rest of it. Also so that I can plug my recording devices back in, hopefully sooner rather than later too. Okay, so we got two navy bags. Sweet. Ding. Am I working backwards with my heat knife? More or less. Is my plug-in in the wrong spot for me to work the right way? Yes, actually. This little back corner is technically a wet bar area. So there's actually like water pipes under my feet and under this desk, which the zipper drawers are conveniently hiding from my children right now. So, you know. I actually just moved my zipper drawer around so that I have room for like my legs under the desk, and that is making this work period far more comfortable than what it was even just sorting the webbing. So the more you know. It's like, so it's right here. You can see how much it actually is sticking out, which is not much. So it was a good move. Just basically turned it. Because realistically the zippers don't, or the drawers don't need to be facing out unless I'm matching zippers, and in that case it's like, well, I'll just turn it. I think I'm also getting to the point where it's like, once I get zipper tape, I think this zipper drawer can be moved or removed from the studio completely, to be honest. So I'll probably find another use for it, but it doesn't need to be living under this desk right here consistently. So I'm just cleaning off the goop that's left over. And then we'll roll the navy back up, because that also gives everything a chance to like just do that little bit of cool down so I don't burn myself accidentally on molten plastic. Yeah, because it's still pretty warm actually, even right now. And then we're going to push the pin back in, and then it's going to go in that, or miss that bin over there. And then I think with the capybara, we're going to do bronze or gunmetal. Like it should be gunmetal. Yeah, let's do gunmetal. I can't remember what I've done in the past, but we're doing gunmetal today. I keep seeing self-care scissors in the chat, if that's still you, Andrea. And I keep laughing because it sounds like self-care and then like scissors separate. It shouldn't make me laugh, but it does. I guess they are self-care scissors, because realistically, being creative like this for my job is a lot better than selling projector lamps. Oh, I did not mind that job actually. What I minded was when my managers came in and ruined it. Oh well, what are you gonna do, right? Matte black, gunmetal. I think these dogs deserve gunmetal. No. Yes. No. Yes. Basically, it's a decision between like if it's actually shiny or matte. I do like those matte black ones though, and they are accessible in Calgary, so I think that's what we'll do next. Although now that I'm like, I could just go with all black D-rings. There's no issue with that, really. But I do like the different colors. So I think we'll stick with the different colors. I might change my mind later. Who knows? May as well do the pink. I don't know why I debated that. There's like this pile here needs to do the dark brown, but I may as well do the pink for now. And we'll get to the dark brown afterwards. One, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, this one has not been, I haven't actually cut pink, or I've cut pink when I was using the lighter. but not since I have been using the hot heat knife. So we'll just tidy this end up because, like I said, it is so much nicer of a seal just to have it done right away. Go. Wipe it off on the cleanup swatch over there. And then what did I say? We have 3 pink webbing bags. Like that. One and 2. So we need 6 pieces because each bag takes 2. Basically what these are for is that you can actually take them and use them for a crossbody strap on the Kato if you like, or you could add like a wristlet onto it, although that would make it, actually it's basically got a wristlet already built into it with the leather handle. Four. 5 and 6. Alright, so now that seals off the raw edge of the actual webbing as well. And then we'll clean up the heat knife here. It's always kind of cool to see these afterwards because it's like, it's just a collage of colors basically. And I'm using the foot of the actual like cutting board to help like add a little bit of edge to clear it off a little bit easier. So all right, so the first one we have here is the butterflies, and I think it is going to get a gunmetal because it deserves shiny. Not that not all of them deserve shiny, but I think this one in particular needs some shine. So we're going to do the pink to pink, and then we're going to do gunmetal. Oh, actually, should we do gunmetal or should we do gold because it's got that shimmer gold on it? Oh, maybe we should do gold. Yes, okay, never mind. We're doing gold with the pink, and that is going, oh my goodness, that looks so good together already. So there's the gold with the pink. Ooh, sorry, my camera's like, but it looks really good, and then that's going to look really good with this purple here as well, I think, from what I can see. I know it's not coming up probably on that camera or the video as easily, but it does look good in person. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. And on like that. Into the bin. And then actually, so the bears, as we pre-discussed, are going to have rainbow because they're raindrop bears, and the rains come down and the rainbow comes after the storm, blah, blah, blah. At least that's the story I'm sticking to. I might get to it and be like clipping them in, and I might go, no, that doesn't look good. But for now, it is rainbow with the pink. Who knows? Well, again, creative chaos. We'll figure it out once we get there. Because isn't that how I do most of this? We'll figure it out when we need to figure it out. The Sakura are also going to get that gold because they need gold colored hardware. It's that I don't make the rules, it's just how it works. I say as I totally make the rules for what's happening right now. Not all of them, but most of them. All right, how many red do we have? 1, 2, and 3. Excellent. 3 red. Yeah, I need to go get some more black webbing and some more red webbing. Post haste. Okay, trim this up. So 1, eek. No, cut through there. You have already basically cut the whole thing except for that little bit. Thank you. That's totally user error, not hot knife error. No, did my phone die? Damn it. Okay, let me see. Not like it's any like, no, it's just like lost the connection. Bah. Okay, so how many of these bags did I say? There's 3 of them, so I need 6 of this again. Seems to be a common theme today is 6s. 3. And actually this washi tape is working extremely well for like being a guide. It's awesome, I love it. 4, we need 1 more bag's worth. 5. There we go. Oh, right. A push or a pull and a push, and that actually works the best usually. Because then you get the sharp edge of the blade against there. Okay. Because there's like a little bit of a blade on this as well, and then the heat knife. The blade's basically like a thinning of the metal, and then the heat's doing the, basically almost like a cauterization of the of the polypropylene, if we want to get medical about it. I don't really want to get medical about it, but that's what yeah. It melts the ends. Okay, so there's the red. Done. And then I think the Shiba Inu, Traveling Japan, both in the vanilla fleck and the blue should get gold. Maybe bronze. Actually, the vanilla fleck will get bronze because it's a little bit like more muted tone, and like it's the print itself that is on the vanilla fleck is not muted, but the vanilla fleck makes it look muted. So what I'm thinking is this one here is going to get the bronze hardware. Yeah, I think that looks really good together instead of like black, and it does look better, I think. Yeah, the gold is too shiny for some reason, but the bronze is like a nice step down or step sideways of the gold that looks really good. Yeah, I don't know if you can even see that, but that's what we'll do. Get that out of the way, and then we're going to do both of these. Like this. Scoot, scoot. And in the bin it goes. Okay, we are done with the yellow, so it's going to go over here as well. We've got the Shiba Inu with the bones. I think this one should get black. Yes, because there's quite a bit of cross-hatching in the actual bones, and so black will look really good and snazzy. Also look really good against the red. So red and black it is. Puff. Puff. And I have hit the point of needing a coffee. So I think once we finish these up, I will go upstairs and grab a coffee. Plus it'll make my watch happy, my tiny AI overlord. All right, so in this case, I think I think the gold will work well with the blue. We could go with bronze again because it's like dampened down. No, you know what? I think it's gunmetal. Yeah, because of the darker background. We'll do gunmetal. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Gunmetal ones. Along with red tabs. And then we'll clip it into the bag. Throw it in the bin. And now we're on to... Okay, we're going to double check this because I'm pretty convinced, but I'm still not fully convinced. I think, yeah, we're going to do the teal with this Alice, and then we're going to do the rainbow hardware as well. Yeah, that feels right. Okay. Pull the pin. Trim the webbing. Don't get stuck to the heat knife. We need you to be cut by the hot knife. That one got really close to my finger. All right. We do not want to burn our fingers. We are team not burning. Okay. Was that only one? Yes. But I think it was well worth it. Done. And then we're going to do the rainbow hardware as discussed, because I think that's going to look really snazzy. Always looks really good with this teal webbing already, and then like it's Alice, so you know, rainbow and teal with that teal dress of hers. It's gonna look really good. Okay, pop it onto the clip here, pop it in the bin. Then we're gonna cut the blue. Okay, just one, and then we've got dark brown here, and then we've got the pile of black that's on the floor, which is probably the largest category, and it usually is. So not always, but like 97.2% of the time, most of these webbing cuts are black. Go. Done. Okay, pop that down so it cools. We're gonna flip the piece of fabric, or change the piece of fabric basically, because the other one's getting a little bit too gummy. Tighten everything up. All right, now the sneaky cats are going to get black hardware because of the black cats, or we're going to go gunmetal because of the little gray cats. It is black or gray. There's no question about that, because there's no like yellows or brown tones in this at all, pretty much. We're going to go with black. I just realized that we do actually, so the next two steps is we need to actually sew the pockets so that the pockets become pockets instead of staying like just massive slip things, which is not the intention. We need to do that, and then we actually also need to wedge the exterior. And then we need to sew the interior and exterior together, and then we like to themselves, right sides together, and then we need to sew the interior and exterior together completely to actually make the bag. So we still got quite a few steps. I do not know how many of these are going to get done before Saturday, because I really only have 2 or 1.5 more work days before the show, just based on kid care, but we'll see. We'll get as much done as we can. I really did not want to come down and work today, but it's kind of like I need to though, so mostly because it's Monday, so it's like Dallas's last day at home before he goes to work as well. So, but I'll do my work until it's time to go pick up the kids, and then we'll hang out tonight. But yeah, once I am done cutting the webbing, I will go get a coffee, and then I can take the hardware back and put it on the back on the bin rack, so that kids aren't playing with it instantly when they come down. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5 is next. But yeah, we'll start cutting this when we're actually still in the cutting room, like prepping everything before we even come out to the sewing studio, because that does make sense when I actually think about it. I think it's a little bit less mental work. Well, it's like included in the cutting mental work, which realistically, if I wanted to, I can still do it now, but it would be like mentally more efficient to just do it then in some ways, because then it could come out and it's just so. So it'll be webbing and hardware selection actually. Oh my goodness. Okay, come here. You need to get that gunk off there. It's like there is a line and it is not clearing off here. Okay, there we go. I think that's okay. That's at least the goopy part of it off. Excellent. Okay. Okay, so the alpaca style pom-poms is going to get bronze because with the dark brown, and then there's like lighter brown hints in there too. The dark brown with the bronze hardware is going to look really good. Clip it in here like that into the bin. And then the cats here are going to get, I think we discussed this. I think I said I was going to put black here because of the itty bitty black cats. But the brown webbing. Yeah, that's right. So the dark brown webbing, but black hardware. Because then that captures like 2 out of 4 cat colors basically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 5. 2 out of 5 colors. Because there's like a light gray and a dark gray. Whatever. Still look good. Alright, last one is the more cats. And I don't know what to do for this one. This one might look really... This one's going to look good probably with bronze. Yep. And I think this is actually officially the last of this fabric that I can use for bags. There might still be some accessories like maybe a triangle pouch or like notions pouch or needle stasher or something like that. But like this is the last of the bags of this fabric, which is insane. This was one of the fabrics that came home with me first in March of like 2016. Insane. Also insane to think that I've been doing it for that long and longer. All right, here we go. Here we go, black. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry if you're knitting. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or if you're knitting, I hope that I'm like keeping you company while you're doing it. That it's like just something straightforward and easy. I think I just said 9. Sorry, I got distracted by something on my desk. I don't know what it is. Probably some sort of little kid paw print. But I don't know. Okay. So if we got 9 bags, we need 18. So 1, 2, 3. And sorry that I am going a little bit radio silent while I'm cutting these. I'm just like, don't burn, don't burn, don't burn. Burning myself right now would put a kink in all of the plans for the week. Besides the fact that it would also be painful because it's sharp and hot. I've also hit, like I said, hit the point where I need a coffee, and that will also help the creative chaos stream continue. There's 5. Ooh. Okay, that was poorly done, so let's get that just evened up a little bit here, because I think that could use a bit better meltdown. There we go. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna grab a whole new sheet for this one because holy, that was a big clump of molten crud. Now I gotta finish cleaning off the knife again so it doesn't gunk up the rest of these cuts. Make sure I didn't pick up any carpet or a lot of carpet fuzz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 7. Cat, you are in dangerous territory. 8. Dude, no, you cannot be up here right now. There's too much going on, and I do not need you burnt. No emergency vet trips today, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least we're halfway done, and then I can turn it off and he can like be a pest to his heart's content pretty much. 9. 10. 11. 12. So we're 2/3 of the way through right now. 13. 14. 15. Oops. 16. 17. 18. Sweet. There we go. 18. I'm just going to count them again and make sure that I do actually have 18. I'm pretty sure I do. I swear I can count to 18. But you know, we will still clean off the knife because I'm pretty sure I'm done. We need to clean it again. No big deal. Oof. That is all. Ooh, well, I see what happened. I cleared gunk from the fabric back onto the knife. Oh, that's lovely. Exactly what I don't want to do. Okay. Go. Clearing, cleaned. Good. Okay, we'll just count these before I like turn it off and let it cool down. It's like smoking still. Lovely. I'm sure that's good for me. Okay. Go. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Perfect. All right, we're going to turn that off and unplug it. If I ask later if I did that, I did. And then we're going to roll up the actual webbing here. So I'll match everything up to its hardware, and then I'm going to go grab a coffee, and then I'll be back down. Yeah, I've still got like a couple hours left actually to do stuff. So that's pretty sweet. What are you hammering on, sir? Okay. Now what are we doing for hardware? Alright. Kind of want to move this out of the way and kind of don't because I don't really have a spot to put it. So we're just going to awkwardly work over the hot knife still. Okay. We got the hedgies. I think this deserves the black. And actually I'm going to swap the black and the gunmetal just so that it's a little bit easier to grab them. Making my life easier is kind of my goal. All right. Black, black, black. And we're going to pop it on here with the clippy clip. Then we're going to do the black cat. I think black cat. I'm going to do gold. Because it's like such a bright purple color that gold is going to help lighten up the fact that we've got quite a bit of black even framing it. So let's do gold. Like this. I'm going to have coffee and I'm still hungry, so I'm going to go get a cucumber with some Caesar salad dressing because that also sounds amazing. Gunmetal for Alice. Yeah, gunmetal for Alice. And then we're gonna have gunmetal, or yeah, gunmetal for the black cats. I've still got some like, okay, actually I'm gonna use some of these because they're in the way, and some of the old stock that we need to use up anyway. Go. And we're just gonna keep those out anyway, because who knows what we're gonna use them for next. Probably something. Okay, there we go. Ba, 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 ba. Gunmetal. Gunmetal. Looks really good. It actually matches the cats really, really well. So that's nice. Da, da, da. Of course, they popped off as soon as I did that. I also just realized I've got like a bin of webbing handles I should probably track down for crossbody handles. It's like I've made them. Where did I unpack them to? Oh well, I'll figure it out eventually. They have to be around here somewhere. It's not like they've gone anywhere, really. Okay, royal cats. With black and gold. Like that. Flynn just tried to jump up somewhere and Dahlia's like, no. Request denied. Yeah, it's such true black. We're gonna use black, black. And then with the floral burst, we're gonna use gold. Gold? Rainbow. One of these still needs rainbow. We need more rainbow ones. Because they look, or like iridescent rainbow, because they look gorgeous. Oh, I got quiet? Weird. Okay, 1 second. I did not change anything. Oh. Flynn stepped on the freaking mouse trackpad and turned down the decibels. Okay, that should be better now because now I'm back to where I was. Like, I didn't change anything. The mic didn't move or anything. Sorry. Sorry that I've been talking for a while and, like, you can't really hear me. Iridescent rainbow? No, it's too much. We're gonna maybe do gold. Yes, gold. Okay. Okay, it got better. Sweet. I can hear myself through my phone again. I've got my phone turned down as much as I can so we don't get like a lot of echo. But you're right, I can actually hear myself again. He can be a pest. That's annoying. All right. I'm going to do the matte black with this again. Last two, and then I'm going to run up for a coffee, and then I'll come down and we will... What are we going to do next? We're going to do something involving these. I just don't know what we're going to do next. We got to go through, and we do need to cut all the wedges, which is something I could have been doing right now instead of having to pull them back. Ugh. Bah. Bah. We all like sheep, right? Oh, and this interfacing is not well adhered at all. How did that pass me by? Okay. Yeah, one side is... Oh, it was just the side that I checked that was good. Damn it. Okay, we've got a very black bag, but I feel like we should break it up. So should we do iridescent here? That would look kind of cute because of the like purple in the cosmetics there. Okay, last one, coffee. Now we'll come down and do whatever we're going to do in this creative chaos. I think we will actually cut the wedges and then we can just go straight through and sew everything pretty much together. Yes, we still have to do the interior pockets, but we can sew the exteriors, and then pull them back up to actually sew the interiors together afterwards. So, coffee, more chaos, and then we'll figure out what we're doing after that. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. So just about, I don't know, 2:40, 2:45, somewhere in there. All right, I am back. We are going to work on this side just to get all of the wedges cut in the canvas, and then we will go in and start the sewing or whatever we're going to do. I've got about an hour and a half left of work time. Coffee has been got. My goodness, thank goodness. And things have been done. I did not return the hardware to the rack like I said I was going to because I forgot. Of course. But that's okay. Sorry, this might be a little bit loud. Typically what I do is I line everything up here, sides and bottom, and then we've got that lovely, actually what we can do is we can go through and we can just mark all the squares, or a good chunk of squares. I don't know how many Kato I actually have on the go right now. Probably close to 20 or 25. I think I stocked for Knit City something like 33. I am going to cut above, so technically this is like includes the seam allowance, but because of this fringe on the bottom, I'm actually, yeah, that would make it right. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Well, I'm going to pretend I know what I'm doing. If I'm making it up as I go, I'm making it up as I go. And actually, we are going to trim these out as I draw them, because then I don't need to worry about stuff getting like wiped off or anything like that. But we will use the chalk like this, and that will make it easier to trim them down. Ugh. Apparently, these scissors need to go back in, so I guess it has been a year, and it's been a very busy year. Thank you very much for that. So busy that I'm still going through my receipts and like taxes. Haven't even started on the shipping side of it yet, which is kind of scary. All right, we are going to just put these on the actual sewing desk because there's stuff back there that already needs to be sewn. And here we are. So one nice thing is, like, now that we know that we're kind of looking towards going to Kyoto for February next year, the weather, I can watch the weather in the next couple weeks instead of like trying to guess what it's going to be next year. And like, yes, it's going to change a little bit, but it's not going to be like a drastic change probably. The only thing I could see in Kyoto that would be absolutely miserable is if it were to rain in February on marathon day, or like overnight, and then it'd be really chilly in the morning. But they do the same thing as Disney of like, they take any any clothing that you discard, they'll take and donate as well, which is super cool. I'm pretty sure pretty much any marathon will do that anyway, or run or anything like that, because it's like dressing for a corral for a marathon when you're going to go out and like run for most people like through at least 3+ hours. You can't dress for that, and the 3+ hour effort would be also a lot of work for anyone, so you're going to generate a lot of heat is what I'm trying to get at. So standing around in a corral is very different from running heat generation. Alright, 3. I am excited to see these come together, though. There's some really good fabrics in here. Obviously, I think like the majority of my fabrics are very good because I bought them. But you know, it always is different seeing them come together versus them being like in a bolt or on a bolt or like hanging in on display or something like that. It's always different once you actually get to start sewing them and seeing them come together in whatever you're making as well. Kind of the same as yarn, right? It's like you take it from this skein, hank, ball, whatever you're using, and then you turn it into this like object, and it's always so cool to see the object. I am, however, also a product knitter. I enjoy the process, but I want the thing. I think I'm also that also probably lends to the fact that I am a product sewist more than anything. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that these are pretty even on the bottom. And actually, the big thing that we're trying to make sure that it's even is actually this side, the canvas that like will get sewn together. And then, yeah, we're pretty good actually. As long as it's straight there, and then we're gonna cut it based on the longer side. Like that. There we go. But yeah, hopefully it's warmer than here. I think like when I was looking at the forecast for Kyoto right now, it was actually like low single digits, so like 4, but most days it was like low double digits. So in Kyoto right now, it feels like 2 degrees, and it's like 6, almost 7 a.m. So that's not bad. And that's the feels like. It's actually 4 degrees. So like a nice, pleasant break in some ways. Better than our break to Florida this year. And like on Sunday, which would be like 2 weeks before the race. Oh no, 1 week before the race, it's supposed to be like 11. And then actually by Thursday next week, it's supposed to be 17. So now, do not let those numbers lie to you. I don't know what it is. I think it's the humidity down out there. That 17 is not a Canadian April 17. That is a Japan 17. And at least when we were there in March, and we had packed for Canadian 17, again, assuming it's like, oh, it'll be like Canada. It was not like Canada. It was cold. Mostly because I think it was raining. And like, yeah. We needed more layers. So we'll probably pack more layers even based on that. But it's wild because like I basically did a similar temperature when I was there in November, and it was like fine. It was not warm, but it wasn't cold either. I got away with like a sweater and a scarf basically. So you definitely needed something for your arms, but you weren't like freezing either. Okay, there we go. I think the worst thing though is once basically Kyoto's first come first serve. So as long as I think I'm good to go, I will probably get into the marathon. I'm pretty sure I will. I think the worst thing for the training for me is not going to be the temperatures, because like it'll be the runs on the treadmill, or as someone pointed out the other day, the dreadmill. What version of cardio will I do today? And yeah, because it's like the last of the training for that will be a slog on the treadmill in the dead middle of January. Because even so, for let me know if you don't want me to be talking about like running and fitness and stuff like that. I'm sorry. This is just like something that really, besides the business, is something that's like very much for myself. And it's taking up a lot of my time. So I don't have a lot else to talk about right now. It's like this or my kids, and I don't want to talk much about my kids on YouTube to a great extent. But if this sort of conversation drives you nuts, makes you feel bad about yourself, whatever, let me know. I don't need to talk about it. But unless you tell me that, I will keep talking about it. Anyway. For May, we go to like a yoga spin studio, and typically for May they do like a May challenge, and so it's like 30 to 31 classes in May, and I can get an unlimited pass, so I can basically just go as much as I want. Dallas is going to be taking time off in May, so that is what I'm going to be doing. Is I'm going to basically do my taper for the half marathon in May by doing a bunch of low impact exercise at the study instead, which will be awesome. It'll just be something different. It'll engage my brain differently, engage different muscle groups, and it's still going to be a lot of moving and like speed training, because spin is basically for me speed training, because holy crap, does it get your heart rate going. But I've done that previously right before my first I think it was my first 10K, and I did like a full month of just basically training at the study, and it worked really well to get me like a really good time. It's my like, so I basically have before babies and after baby PBs, personal bests. And that month, that 10K was my pre-baby personal best, PB. So now I have my like postpartum personal bests too, because whatever, I can't compare to what I was doing in like early 2019 or mid 2019 versus now, because that's just not cool. I was showing Dallas the camera that I was thinking of getting. He's like, what are you going to use it for? I'm like, well, I need a second camera anyway for this stuff. And he's like, well, can you live stream from it? And I'm like, as far as I can tell, I can, because it's got Wi-Fi. And I'm like, but I really want to do it because it'll be good for like the runs, and it'll be good. We took our eldest out skiing again, and because of the tracking ability on it, would be able to like actually track them going down the hill, which would be super cool. Actually, I wonder if the mic would work up the bunny. They're just on the bunny hill right now. They're not on like a chairlift or anything like that. But I wonder if the mic would work up the hill, and then you could like hook up the mic to the kid and then use the gimbal camera to like track them coming down the bunny hill. Dallas definitely could. He would be close enough. I do not ski. Or at least I don't downhill ski. And I haven't cross-country skied since I was a kid, so I don't know if I cross-country ski. I'm not a big winter sports enthusiast. I don't mind snowshoeing, but even as a kid, I was absolutely horrendous at like skating and everything like that. Like terrible balance. Always, like if I went skating, I would have bruises on my knees for like 2 weeks because I just fell, and when I fell hard. I didn't know how to fall properly, and I was always just miserable. So it's just never been a top priority. And then we never really had the opportunity because obviously downhill skiing is pretty expensive. It works out really well for the bunny hill because it's like $10 to get both, $10 each or $12 each, something like that, for Dallas and the eldest, or whoever's using the bunny hill. So like that's accessible for us, but like lift tickets at Sunshine and stuff like that apparently they've gotten ridiculous. So like if I'd shown an interest, there was never the money to actually do any skiing or anything like that, which is hilarious because I've lived in the mountains all my life and I've been downhill skiing once, and it wasn't bad, but at this point it's like I don't really want to put the money and time into it. Also, I do want to get the kids on the skis because it's like with the kids, it makes sense because the younger you can get them out and doing it, hopefully the better, or less fear there will be about it. And it's like, because I'm like, I don't want to go out and like hurt myself. That's the big thing at this point. I'm probably far more capable now than I was as a kid, but there's still always that hesitation. I am more than happy to go out and be the lodge tester. I will sit there and knit by the fire and have the drinks. You know, Dallas does eventually want to go actually skiing in Japan, and that would be cool actually, because they've got quite a few really cool ski villages, and like from Nagano up to like Hokkaido and everything like that. So that would be really cool. I want to go eventually for the snow festival in Hokkaido actually, which funnily enough is I was just realizing that is probably around the same time as the races. I wonder if we should look into going up to Sapporo then. That might be kind of cool. Or if we should stick around where we already know. Well, that's something to look into at least. I don't know how we would get up there because it's a very different trip to get up there. Oh, that is... Okay. No, that's right. Because I don't think there's actually a Shinkansen all the way up to Sapporo. So basically, excuse me, there's like, Japan is a chain of islands. And the main one that you typically think of when you think of like Tokyo and Kyoto and Osaka is Honshu. It's the large island. And then Hokkaido is actually a separate island. I know that they have train access up there, but I think I can't remember if it goes like to the island or not, actually, now that I think of it. Let's look this up, because I can let you know I have this magic computer thing that will tell me pretty instantly. Let's go Tokyo to Hokkaido. Now, obviously you can fly, but that's not exciting. Yeah, okay, no, there is no full train system up there. So I think what you'd have to do is you'd have to do like, you can drive it. Tokyo to Hokkaido is actually 18 hours. Wow, okay. So what if I did Sapporo instead of like just the island? That might help actually. Can I do a train to Sapporo? Okay, there you go. You can do a train to Sapporo. It is still 8.5 hours. Holy crap. Okay, that's a really long trip. Wait, what? Oh, because I've got the wrong time. So the journey from Tokyo to Hakodate takes approximately 4 hours and 4 minutes. The Shinkansen Hayabusa goes all the way to Shin Hakodate Hakuto, located between Hakodate and Hakuto. Okay, say that 10 times fast. Once you arrive, you will need to take the local Hakodate liner to reach the city of Hakodate. Okay, and then you must have to take a train. Yeah, okay, so the 8.5 hours is from Tokyo, so let's do Tokyo Station because that'll be more specific. So from Tokyo Station to Sapporo is still 7.5 hours. Wow, okay. And yeah, you are on the train, that Hayabusa, for 4 hours, and then you have to walk, and then it's the Hakuto Station to Shin Sapporo is still 3 hours and 20 minutes. Wow, okay, so like it's actually further up there than I anticipated. Because I was like, we could just go to Sapporo. So that, what does that mean? Sorry, I know I'm supposed to be sewing, but let's do one more search. What's Kyoto Station up to Hiroshima or Sapporo? 10 hours. Okay, so not, yeah, it's the 2 hours. And basically what you would do is you take the train. There's a train departing from Kyoto Station in 5 minutes and 32 seconds right now. I love that. And then you would take the 9:36 train from Tokyo Station. You'd arrive in Hakodate at 1:33, and you would arrive in Sapporo at 5:20. That's insane. So you could still do it in a day. I think that would still be the best way to do it versus like a plane. Although I have not flown over Japan since my return from my exchange. I was about to say like since my like flight out, but we actually I didn't get to fly out of Tokyo down to Osaka because because there's a typhoon over Tokyo. That was fun. But oh, and actually the snow festival is the week before Kyoto. Okay, interesting. Well, now we know. So Sapporo Snow Festival will be a completely separate trip, mostly because of access from down south like that. And I'm sure that I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that the snow statues and everything like that are probably hanging around for a while afterwards, but it technically does only run February 4th to 11th. But no, do you know what? That would be a good way to go and get over some jet lag. That would be an intense trip. It would make the JR pass worth it. Anyway, if you're going to Japan, apparently the snow festival started on February 4th, so 2 days ago for them, because it's technically February 6th there, and it goes until February 11th this year. So if you are there, right now and you are watching my YouTube, this is 2024, I would love to know. And you can comment, and like if you post videos of it or anything like that, I would love to live through you vicariously right now. But at least now we know there is actually a train up there. It's just a really long train ride. I wonder how the kids would do on that long a train ride. That would be a true test of like, especially, so like that would not, yeah, oh, okay. So what I'm thinking is that would not be fun after like being on the plane already for 10 hours. Like it's not something that you would want to like arrive in Tokyo and get on a train the next day and go up to Sapporo. In that case, actually already being in Narita coming into Tokyo, it would make way more sense to fly and then take the train south, basically, is what I would anticipate being the more enjoyable way to do that. It is interesting that like they are so lined up though that you could actually go from Kyoto up to Hokkaido and Sapporo in the same day, considering like that it is 10 hours. That's impressive. I'll have to tell Dallas about that search because he'll laugh at it. It's mostly in this trip too, so if the kids come and Dallas comes and all that, like if it lines up properly, it's going to be like, he hasn't been back to Japan since 2018, so he'll actually have been out of Japan longer than I was between my exchange and our first trip back. So it's mostly just going to be a reacquaintance with Japan and like testing out travel with kids. So I don't think we should be testing our limits quite that much by traveling another 10 hours by train. Plus there's like, actually it would be better to let the kids get a little bit older for that sort of thing anyway, because there's like between Tokyo and Sapporo, or at least that like on the Hayabusa to Hakodate, at least I think there's like a really fancy, like basically a first class yeah, well, they'll definitely have stuff to do and naps. They've totally got their iPads, and that's one of the big things that keeps them happy. But yeah, it would be good to do it with them when they're older, because there's that like first class train, and that would be a cool experience. And apparently like you're already paying quite a bit to go up anyway, really, because it's just such a long distance. It is cheaper typically than flying, but it's still quite a like it's quite a trip on a train. Anyway, but a grand class apparently is only about $30 more per person, so it's like if you're already going to do that, you may as well do the grand class. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can extend our trip by a week, because that would be cool. That would be very different. I've never been to Hokkaido. And if you're kind of giggling about it because it's Sapporo Ichiban, it is, because Sapporo is like one of the hugest places for ramen. And Sapporo Ichiban actually means Sapporo #1, so it's the #1 noodle in Sapporo. It is also where, if you're a Japanese beer drinker, Sapporo beer comes from. All of that. A lot of the like milk products, they are very, and they should be, but they are very proud of their dairy industry up there. I think because they've got quite a bit of open land. But yeah, that is something to think about. That would be really cool. Something different, because like we're gonna, obviously with fabric, we're gonna end up in Kyoto and Osaka quite a bit, and Tokyo, but that would be cool. You can find like different fabric shops up in Sapporo too, because I'm sure they're up there. If nothing else, there'll be a bunch of the like chain ones probably, or at least one of the chain ones. I should find out if there's different temple markets too, because it's very different. Basically, it's like as different as Okinawa is from the rest of the islands. Alright, so yeah, so there's Honshu, which is like the main big chunk. Hokkaido at the top, which is the other big chunk. What else is there? There's also Kyushu. That's another separate island. And then there's Okinawa as well. I think there's 7, but I can't remember. I should look that up when I was actually Googling stuff, but we are now back to cutting, so we will do it later. But yeah, one of the big things I really want to do too is what I'm going to do for you guys, and I am excited to do it because I'm going to do it anyway, is I think we're going to go in and I will film selecting like different snacks each day, and then we'll do a konbini smackdown each night basically. And I think that would be really fun to do with Dallas too. It's like film our different like reactions to different snacks and treats and stuff like that. We're going to be walking so much, and if we've run the marathons, it's like we can basically eat whatever we want. So if you kind of want that sort of content now, but like more for meals and stuff like that, Japan Eat on Instagram, or not Instagram, YouTube is really good. He's got a very dry sense of humor, and it seems like he's probably lives in Kobe, which is just outside of Kyoto, Osaka. It's like, it's not in the Kansai region, it's in the Hyogo region, but it's basically like, it's like this. It's really, really close. So I was doing that in the big, this is the big screen. Yeah, and he's like traveled all over Japan to actually get different food and stuff like that too. So I don't know what he does there for an actual job, but this seems to be his very successful hobby. So I have definitely added places to my list based on his like YouTube videos. So it's very likely that if I go do any of those, I'll do my reaction, and it'll be like reaction to Japan Eat recommendations or something like that. But anyway, I want to do konbini smackdowns, and then like try and get like different beers and stuff like that from the konbini as well. And that'll be, actually, I wonder if probably if it's not like, as long as I say it's not for 18 plus, or 18 and under, not made for kids, we should be able to do like beer as well. We're gonna have to look at the rules for that. If not, maybe we need to start a Patreon or something for that. That would be funny. I can't post videos about beer on YouTube, so let's start a Patreon. I saw tips for like long haul flights, and it's like, make sure you're hydrated and everything, like all the normal tips. And then someone in the comments was like, and don't drink the alcohol. And I'm like, no, that beer is included in the cost of my flight. I'm going to drink it. No. That's one of the best parts of like the whole like experience of flying long haul, is you get your beer included. Or wine, or whatever you drink typically. I think it's the premium spirits you have to pay for. We are in dry January. Technically, well, we're going into dry February, but we were drinking in Disney, so basically we stopped drinking around January 15th or whatever it was. We're going to go to Valentine's Day. So I was like, on Valentine's Day, I would really like a nice just glass of wine. But it has gotten to the point where it's like, I just want a beer. And it's the amorphous beer. It's not like a specific beer. It's just a beer. We've done dry January before, or like the month sort of thing before, and I don't know, we're struggling with it more this year than we have in the past. But since we're both also like in a calorie deficit, we're like, it's like, where would we even fit it in? Like, we don't have enough calories to drink right now. So special occasions only for now. Japan is a special occasion. And Dallas is running the marathon in Calgary, so that's definitely a special occasion as well. Go. Okay. So what did we need to look up? We need to look up how many islands there are in Japan. And we need to look up if you can drink beer on YouTube. I would not be live streaming these. They would be like posted videos afterwards as well. So like I think that might be better. I don't know. Do you just have to like blank the can name out or something? Kind of defeats the purpose. Well, if nothing else, we can still do snack reviews. Sorry, I will move that on screen. I just realized you probably can't actually see what I'm doing because I'm doing it over my lap. Could move the camera, but you know. Actually, we should move the camera because you basically just have a very nice view of my hardware bins and my coffee cup. Excellent view of that. None of the work though. Okay, let's move this direction. And then the work will be more centered in the middle here. Yeah, it will be interesting. I saw your comment again, Andrea, and I'm like, it will be very interesting doing like a 10-hour flight with kids. Because based on the time of year that we will go, if it's February, there are no direct flights. And so it'll be Calgary, Vancouver, Tokyo. Although the nice thing about the February flights is that they are on the Dreamliner. And I will say this every time, that is my favorite plane so far to fly. So I'm really hoping that that's what stays on that route. We are coming up to the point that I will be able to actually start watching flights and have a better idea of flight prices too. So that's exciting. Or points pricing, basically, to see if I'm completely off my rocker or not. For like costs. Because of course I'm doing my best guesswork right now of like what the actual costs are. But yeah, the flight will be very interesting. Someone was doing like reviews of different flights in Canada, and they did like Air Canada versus WestJet, of course, because those are two like main carriers, probably is what I would count them as. Kind of like United and Delta-esque, I would say. Anyway, Air Canada, WestJet, and then Flair Airlines, and they were like once you add in all the benefits that you get for paying for like full price carrier like Air Canada, even WestJet, the Flair flight basically works out to the same cost. So if you can do that carry-on life, Flair is an amazing deal. Not so much for like necessarily for like if you need to take a carry-on and stuff like that. They actually worked out more expensive in a lot of ways. But he was saying that WestJet actually was the most uncomfortable flight he was on the whole like comparison. Which is super interesting because I always say it's like when we fly down to Florida, it's like a 5-hour flight out and 5-ish hours, 6 hours back. And I am always so done on that flight. And it's like, how am I so done on this flight? That's like 5 or 6 hours. It's like half to 60% of a flight to Japan. And like I'm always like, yeah, I want to get off the plane going to Japan, but I'm not as antsy as I am on this like 5 to 6 hour flight in any way, shape, or form. So it's like, what's up with that? And then he said that, and I was like, I wonder if I'm just uncomfortable. Is it just like that the plane is so uncomfortable that I'm just like, get me off of here? Because like the last few times we've flown down, it's been like an hour and a half in, and I'm like, get me off this plane. I'm done. Like, it's been bad. And like, yeah, that hits when I'm flying to Japan too, but it's usually around like the 7-hour mark. And like, I think that is allowable and understandable, especially depending on what kind of seatmates you have. So I don't know. It's also like something else that I was thinking about afterwards. I'm like, you pay like, I don't know. If I get a good deal on a flight to Japan, I pay only about $200 more to fly to Japan than we do to Florida, typically. And this is like, it's pretty average. For longer, obviously. And then you also get 2 meals. You get seat back entertainment, and you get all your alcohol and everything like that. You fly, and when you look at it, I guess it's double the length, but for that cost, yes, hopefully, maybe. I've asked him if he would do like the snack tasting with me. I think it would be way better if we both do it. I wonder if we would I wonder if the difference would end up being like showing the can or not, like if you're drinking from an actual can or bottle, or if you pour it into a cup. Because of course we would want to split it. So pouring it into a cup might make a difference too. I'm gonna just have to look at the actual video rules. But yeah, I was gonna try and get him to get into the videos with me after the kids go to bed, basically. So we can do a beer and snack smackdown. I don't know how a smackdown would work, but it would be like we'd test out both a beer and a snack. Or some sort of like alcoholic drink, because they also have like highballs and stuff like that. And I've actually never had a highball. I don't know if a canned highball is a good way to, or would like a rum and coke count as a highball? I don't know. I don't even know right now, actually. But anyway, it'd be something that we could like, because the combini or the convenience stores have like snacks and beer. We'd go get a snack and a beer, and then it's something that we could do in the hotel room once the kids are asleep. So if all's well, then yeah, hopefully he would be comfortable coming on camera. I don't actually know fully, or if he just said yes and now is going to regret his decisions to do that. I'll ask him again when it actually becomes a reality. That'll be the telling factor. So, and like I said, if he doesn't, then I will totally do it, because I think it'll be a lot of fun. But anyway, yeah, comparing the cost of like continental domestic, I would count like flying down to Orlando obviously is a international flight, but it's like continental North America, and like it's just so wild to me how expensive it is to fly within continental North America when you can get over to like Japan for a couple $100 more with so much better, like you get 2 meals and you get your alcohol and you get like all of these other adders, and for some reason a more comfortable flight too. That is a good point though. I do eventually, when we go to Japan, they've got like a bunch of whiskey distilleries and things. This is years down the road when the kids either aren't coming with us or they're 20, because the drinking age in Japan is 20. But it would be really fun to find out if there's actual like Scotch tasting tours in Japan, kind of like in Scotland, because they've got distilleries and everything like that. So that would be really cool. Because like I don't think the kids can even come into a, like it's not like Canada where it's like you can do the pub and the dining room kind of thing sometimes, or you can do like pub for a certain number of hours and then they switch over to just adults. I don't think we can do that in Japan. I don't know though. Like these are the things I don't know until we go. I should ask a friend who's there that she might know a bit better, because she works with like younger kids and things like that. Although it may not be something that she knows yet, because they don't have kids of their own. So it's like very specific questions. All right. But yes, no matter what we do, I will go in and I will take you along for the actual shopping. That'll be the first part of the video, and then we'll pick up the like thing that we're going to pick up, and then we'll do the like reaction to it, because like most of the time I enjoy the snacks that I get from the combini, but when I was there in May, I had one that was like just, it was gross. It was like a coffee cream sandwich, which honestly doesn't sound that bad. But the cream in it was like, it tasted like bad buttercream icing. Like not like it'd gone off, but just, it was just bad. Like very fake or something like that. I don't know. So anyway, so we would probably pick up the stuff that we're kind of suspicious of, as well as something that we will actually enjoy, especially if we're like splitting a snack. We'll split one and then have a full one, because even if he's not on video, then I will split it with him and he can try it. So like I said, I don't know if he would do that, if he's down for that, or if it was just more of a like, yes. And he'll change his mind. But when I talked to him last, it was yes. And then we can pick up like some of the suspicious stuff from like, actually vending machines would be a really fun one to do too, because there's not a lot of really weird stuff in vending machines, but there's sometimes some questionable things. I know that I have definitely come across like corn soup, so canned corn soup, and it'll be in the like vending machine in the warm section. And the nice thing in February is that they will have, all the vending machines will have some sort of warm section. And actually, oh, that doesn't matter, that's gonna get sewn in. Even the Combini should have their warm sections available as well. Just super nice. I love it. I love being able to pick up like a warm drink from the Combini instead of just always cold drinks. So, oh, I'm excited to go back. I'm excited to go back with more of a plan for what I'm actually going to do for like filming there as well, because like the last couple times it's just been kind of seat of my pants. We're going to wing this, and it hasn't been very inspirational to actually post afterwards. I do have quite a bit of footage from May, and I should actually, what I probably will do with it, because I'm just kind of like on it in some ways. There's lots of good ones, but I'll probably just edit it all together and then with like an explanation of what it actually is. So like the location, or like maybe a little bit of background or something like that. Probably a little bit of background. But like I'm excited to go with an idea of like a plan for what I kind of want to do with the content. And that's why I'm always like, yeah, if you've got any ideas, I'm more than happy to try and do any suggestions or anything like that. A few of the places that we'll visit I will have been visiting again, like for the multipleth time. So that always makes it a little bit easier to actually get footage that I want to get there as well. The really cool thing about the Kyoto Marathon is like it does go by so many historical sites, and then like ultra cool thing is that it ends at like the massive torii gate, so those big orange gates that Japan has, and it's the shrine with like one of the largest torii gates. So I'm really hoping the finish line is under this torii gate, because my goodness, would that be effing amazing. Yeah, it is kind of weird, but it must just be like, because like they're not displayed the same way as like in Canada, so I don't know how they keep certain stuff cool and certain stuff warm. But I swear, when you get off that plane in like November out of Narita and you're like so jet lagged and all you want is to curl up in bed, getting a warm latte out of the vending machine is like just so good. Because like those vending machines don't have beer. There's definitely been beer vending machines in the like hotels. Well, one hotel that I've been to. I think there were in a couple others as well, but I just specifically remember the one. Mostly because it was like 3 times the price to buy it at the vending machine in the hotel, which makes sense. It's like super convenient. But you could walk down literally go down basically the elevator and around the corner, and there's a convenience store, and the beer was like 1/3 of the price. I still laugh because when we were there on Dallas's second trip, so we were really lucky and the business was doing really well. So we went on our first trip to just go as like a couple and all of that, and then we figured out that like the fabric costs were so much lower that we should actually go and do a fabric trip. So that's what we did in November of that year. So we went in March for cherry blossoms for Dallas's first trip, and then we got to go back in November because for the business specifically. And we compared the beer prices between like Osaka, Kyoto area to the beer prices in like Tokyo, and they were double. Now this sounds outrageous. It wasn't that bad. It went from like 105 yen, which at the time was like exchanging into Canadian to probably about 110, 125, somewhere in that range for the beer. And then in Tokyo, I think they were 3 times the cost. That's why it was so like outrageous. So they went from like 105 yen to like 300 yen in Tokyo. They're very comparable now. I actually compare them now every trip that I go, because it's just a curiosity thing mostly. But yeah, it was hilarious. The super awesome thing too right now is that if you are looking to go to Japan, it is a good time, because the Canadian dollar is actually above what I consider par with the yen, which it has not been for quite a while. So a dollar Canadian right now will translate to about what is going on here? Mayhem. Okay, that's what happened. So yeah, a dollar Canadian is translating to about 110 to 115 yen. So we basically flipped. And like, so when you're going there, yeah, like that's what I would count above par, really, because like lunches and stuff like that are usually running you, like you can eat for about 1,000 yen, so $10, and it's just like basically they don't have cents. So they have like 1 yen coins, which would be our closest equivalent to a penny. So 1 yen, 5 yen, 10 yen, 50 yen, 100 yen. So that's like a loonie. And then what else do they have? 500 yen coins, and then they go into their bills. So 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000. And yeah, so the dollar is like 100 yen. But because they don't have cents, basically, so like you just take the last 2 digits off, and then give or take a little bit based on your exchange. But anyway, they're like, we're basically above par with them right now, which is amazing. I would totally be exchanging money right now, except that the fee to like purchase money here is double, triple sometimes what it is to actually take it out in the international bank machines when you're there. And it has gotten so much easier to use a card that really all I use cash for now is the temple markets. So, well, that's a good point. I should actually I'll have to get cash when we get there for that sort of thing. Told Dallas that what we'll end up doing is like, I don't really need to bring back a lot of more like cotton linen and like actual like fabric store fabric, but what I do want to stock up on, especially in the kids' bags, is kimono. And they're so heavy and they take up so much room that that's going to be the best way to do that. Because I was like, well, I can do my bags, and then there's still the baggage fee for the kids, but it's cheaper than paying for like an oversized overweight bag by half. So I think what we'll do is we'll still fill all the bags and try to avoid that third bag fee basically. But I can use the kids' second bag basically for kimono, because it's not like they're going to end up bringing a lot back. It'll just be whatever clothes we actually take for them to wear while we're there. Small benefits to traveling with the kids. Besides the fact, I was out with a friend Saturday, and she's like, with the extra cost that this would be, like, wouldn't it be better to wait for them to be older? And I'm like, well, no, because I think they're ready. I think, like, yeah, they're pretty young. Yeah, it's pretty young to go with them to Japan, but it's not going to be the first or last time if everything works as it's currently working out, and it, like, we're on the trajectory that this will not be the only time we go to Japan with them, which we're extremely lucky to be able to do at all. And like, I think it's one of those things where it's like, yes, we could just say no, they're too young and they stay home sort of thing. But then Dallas misses out on the trip as well, because we don't, going away for 2 weeks with toddlers in the house is kind of difficult. And, well, impossible. And here's the thing is, I think that it's like, it's super important for young kids to like travel too, because it's like, you never know what's going to spark interest. And like, they've suddenly become very interested in like a lot of different things, including like the Japanese books that I brought home and stuff like that. So looking at like how my eldest is interested, the youngest will be the same. This is warbled. Warbly. The youngest will be like the same kind of stage this time next year. And I think it's going to be good. And here's the thing. If it's terrible, well, then we know. Like, what are we going to do? I don't foresee it being terrible. And everything I always hear is it's like, will not regret taking the trip with the youngsters. So I'm like, okay, let's just buckle in and do this. I think the worst part for all of us is going to probably be the flight, even with packing stuff for them. So they got their little backpacks from Disney. I think we're going to fill them with snacks and toys and iPads. And the hardest thing after that, I think, is going to be the jet lag. And it's like, I don't know how to deal with that yet. But whatever, we'll deal with it when we have to deal with it. Because realistically, I don't know how bad my jet lag is going to be this time either. It hasn't been too bad the last couple trips, but that doesn't mean it's not going to hit me this time. I think the big question is like whether you let them sleep on the plane. Because like, so if you leave Calgary, like we'd leave Calgary around, we could do anything, basically anything from 6 to 8 and still be on the same plane. So it's like, do you leave super early and then run around Vancouver airport for like 5 hours, which is a really long time. But that would allow us to get like food and an overpriced airport beer, because why not? We're on vacation. And like see the small aquarium that's there and things like that. So it's like, okay, there's benefits to that. And also 6 hours of running around, that'll tire them out. But when you land in Tokyo, it's like 2 p.m. which I think is like 11 p.m. our time. So do you let them sleep on the plane, or do you make them like stay awake? I don't know. I feel like they're going to need to have like a nap in between, but that's gonna they're going to be so royally screwed up. It will actually probably, we might cry. But I think it's also going to be ridiculously hilarious at the same time, because they're not going to know what's hit them. Hell, we're not going to know what's going to hit us. So I also do find going always is easier than coming back. I think mostly because there's stuff to do. And I noticed the shift in our eldest last year when we went down to Disney for the first time. Is the first day they were like, what in the actual F are we doing? We are up early and you want me in the stroller? Why? And then the second day they were like, oh, okay, we got this. Get me in the stroller and get me out of here, because I know that we're going to go do some fun stuff. So I think there's going to be a little bit of that. We will end up flying in such a way, and this is no matter what. No, exactly. We don't know until we try. And they did so well on the flight to Florida, and on the way back, and that was 60% of the flight to Japan, right? So it was a 6-hour flight, and Japan is 10. Whoop-de-doo in some ways. It's just it's just how to deal with it on the plane. I have heard suggestions. It's as soon as you land, go find a playground. But the problem is that Japan gets dark really, really early. So I'm I don't think that's going to work for us. Just because, if you land at 4:30, it's pitch black by the time you get to your hotel, sort of thing. So and no matter what age we go with them, it's going to be interesting. So that's the thing too. And I do think they'll gain a lot from that experience. Hey, we're down to the last wedge, and then we get to go back to the sewing machine. And actually, I've got about 45 minutes. So that means we probably can actually get some sewing done today. That isn't just like installing pockets. I think we are going to go through and actually do, I realized, just literally clued into the fact that I should have been clipping those webbing in as I was doing this. Oh well. We're all out of sequence today. I know, I'm talking to you like I'm trying to justify the trip. I'm set on taking the trip with them as long as we can afford it, sort of thing. I do think they'll get a lot of benefits out of it. That's a good question. I should find out, like, if something was open late enough to do play places. I know they have, like, indoor, more amusement parks for kids. And, like, Asian countries do typically tend to run later in their kids' schedules as well. The big drawback there being that we, like, Dallas and I will also be out of our minds exhausted. Dallas never sleeps on flights. I find I do better when I work on flights. It actually occupies me better. So basically I'll try to have a bunch of like video work lined up to do. But yeah, that would be a good one to research. Or like maybe see if I can actually book a hotel in Japan that has like a pool or something like that, so that at least for the first night we could play in the pool. Because how it's basically going to work is we'll land, and this is the same way no matter if I go by myself. Actually, it's easier if I go by myself, but we'll land and we'll spend at least one night in Tokyo. I'll go and do my like fabric shopping that day in Tokyo so I can ship the bags forward to Narita and they'll store them for me until we fly out. If I'm by myself, I'll just go shop and then ship. And then I will go down to Kyoto. If they come, then we'll do shop, ship, and stay another day in Tokyo and go do some of the sites in Tokyo. So that'll kind of be their first jet lag day, and just like they can sleep for however long they need and like just kind of try to catch up in general. And then go down to Kyoto, because part of this is I don't like that lets me ship my baggage, which is a big plus. I also don't want to get off a 10-hour flight and then get on a 2-hour plane ride with kids down to Kyoto. That sounds like absolute misery. And I just know that's hard enough on me when I do it by myself. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the phone camera for a moment here, and we are going to swing over to the actual desk. Hello. But yeah, so like the first day there, whether I go or whether we all go, will be fabric shopping, just for like ease of, then I don't have to deal with that luggage anymore. It just gets shipped right straight to Narita. For after, oh right, I'm plugged into the wall. That might be helpful to actually tether it. And then like if they come, we'll go and we'll do Shibuya and like Harajuku and stuff, because I want to go do picture booths with them, because then they can decorate the pictures, and I think that'll be amazing. It's gonna be such a fun trip in some ways. Terrifying right now, but it'll be such a fun trip with them, and like with Dallas too. I'm excited to go back with him too. Like I said, he hasn't been for so long that it's going to basically be like a different country for him now in some ways, because like they did a lot of updates for the Olympics and everything like that too. Mostly to make it more accessible actually, which is awesome. Like so their transit is more multilingual, and like there's other improvements that they made specifically for the Olympics that like have really improved accessibility. Not that he couldn't get around before, and obviously he's not traveling by himself, so he had that advantage for sure. But I definitely know for a lot of other folks it's going to be a lot easier. All right, go now. The computer. Hello. A little bit of a spin here, sorry. And we'll pop you down here. Yes, there is a Disney park in Japan. So what the plan is currently is I would do my fabric shop on the first couple days, or the first day, because that's, like I said, an excellent jet lag activity, even for me. Because that first day when I went in November in 22, the afternoon hit me hard. I didn't do too bad in May because we were out and doing stuff, and so that's why I want to do it that way. And then, excuse me. And then we do like Kyoto and Osaka, which is most of what we want to do when we're in Japan. And then we'd come back and we'd actually do a couple days. They've got like good neighbor hotels sort of thing. It's the idea that they have at like California Disneyland, but basically they are on the monorail loop that goes around Tokyo Disney Resort. And there's Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Sea. So we do those at the end so that we would get the most enjoyment out of them instead of doing them half wasted on freaking jet lag. Because that wouldn't be fun for any of us. When Dallas and I went for our first trip, that is how we did it though, because I was like, okay, you are familiar enough with Tokyo or with Disney now that going to Disneyland for the first couple of days, like, will be like comfortable and kind of a nice like ease into actually going to Japan. And I'm really glad we did it that way because he didn't know what hit him. Poor guy. So I think I've said this before or somewhere, but when he was a kid, well, teenager, they went to Indo for his dad's work in Indonesia. And so he did international school abroad and all of that. So he went into Japan thinking it was going to be like Indonesia, which, like, okay, fair comparison. But everyone apparently in Indonesia mostly actually speaks English, and Japan, that is not the case. Even now, it is far more accessible than it was even, what was that now? Yeah, 8 years ago. But, and there are a lot more people who are speaking English because, like, my age group and the younger generations had a lot more English education. Not that that's something you need to expect either, but yeah, it was just funny the culture shocks he got compared to like what he was expecting based on his experience with Indonesia. Although his largest culture shock was he picked something up off the table and he's like, "What's this?" And I'm like, "It's an ashtray." Because most places you still in Japan have to select whether you want a non-smoking or smoking room. And it is becoming less prevalent, but they also have typically they have a smoking section in the cafe, like, or cafes, so you can either smoke or not smoke. It's just, and like for someone coming from Canada, that's a pretty big culture shock, because obviously we haven't. How long has it been since smoking's even been allowed in restaurants? Like, I know I was still like under 18 when they took it out, so, and that's been longer than I wish to say on the internet. Although you probably can make a pretty good guess. Alright, I think what we're going to do here, I kind of want to just go through and do all the... Okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to put it on the desk back here, because then the pockets are going to get lined up with the bags as they get pulled off. Because I'm like, I don't want to go through and like take these off. I just want to sew pockets right now because they're straight seams. I don't really have to, there's no thinking involved. There we go. Okay. Yeah, at least 15 years. I'm thinking it's closer to like 20. Because 15 and I would have been 18. So 15, 89. Yeah, I'm 89. So yeah, it has to be at least 20 years now. Because I do remember Dallas is older than I am. Not significantly, but enough that he was like in university before I graduated. And I remember him saying that he felt like they ruined his bar. Like, he never smoked in it, but when they took the smoking out, he was like, it just changed the vibe of like the people that were there and the vibe of the bar and everything like that. So yeah, it's probably been about 20 years, at least in Alberta, because I don't know, I think that was federal mandate too, right? I can't remember. Like obviously it's not something that really affected me besides improving my air quality. My big thing about smoking, even when I was in university, because like I couldn't afford it. Besides the whole thing of like they have done a very good job about the scare, like, and then the true scare tactics for like getting people to quit. But like, yeah, when I was in university, it's like there's no way I could afford to smoke. And so like it just was never something I took up. Thankfully, in some ways, I definitely walked by that smoke pit outside the like university, and I was like, oh yeah, I get why you smoke. I get it. Like during the exam season and stuff like that, it's like, oh, I wished I smoked some days. And I'm very glad I didn't smoke at the same time. So the funny thing is my dad was a smoker, on and off constantly though. Never smoked in the house though. That was the big rule, was no smoking in the house. So it's one of those things I always kind of forget that he even ever did until you get like a whiff of one of those car air fresheners that was like the super fake vanilla ones. Because that's always the pine tree dangle that smelled like vanilla. And then his trucks would smell like cigarettes and those air fresheners. We're on to pockets. Progress has been made. Major progress has been made. I am very pleased that we're on pockets, because this means that we are in the like definitely within the 2/3 stretch now. I think once pockets are in and like sewn like this, it's like we're in the 2/3 stretch. So about like a third left for work. All right, this is why we don't typically chain piece these too much. Oh well. Okay, how are your pockets doing? They need to be sewn in. You have everything except for pockets sewn. Okay. Oh. But yes, I've been building my list of places to eat in Kyoto and places to eat in Kobe and places to eat in Osaka. There was a really cool ramen place I want to go try this time. And I want to do a little bit more exploration at night of the like riverbank and stuff like that to show you too, because it's just cool. It's a different atmosphere. And I don't know. I like being outside at night. I think it's a little bit of being the night owl, but it's also like, it's just, Japan feels safer at night than Canada for some reason. Could also that, and I could chalk that up totally to like a little bit of like tourist invincibility. I am not invincible in Japan, obviously, but like it feels safer to be out at night in Japan than I feel in Canada. And it's just cooler sometimes too. It's also warm enough to be outside at night in Japan sometimes, so. Oh, my favorite days in summer are still those days where it's like you're hot, like so hot during the day. And then you hit sunset and it just cools right down. And those are like my favorite days. I don't mind the heat when it's dry. Like Calgary heat is right up my alley. Up to about 25. Once you start getting above 25, I'm like, okay, no. I need some AC. Even 30 if you're in the shade is very pleasant here. Dallas hates it. He is not a heat person, which is funny. But then it's like, it's the nighttime of those days that's like the absolute best. I love it. All right. Next round. So I can get, looks like I can get about 4 pockets sewn before it really gets like tangly and not worth it. So that's pretty good. Better than nothing. I don't know if I'll be able to, but it'd be really, 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 really nice if I could get these pockets done before we need to go pick up kiddos. Our youngest has hit a point where it's like they're super into puzzles. Something clicked. They didn't mind, but they didn't like doing puzzles. And I don't know what changed, but now there's something like this puzzle whiz, and it is so adorable to see. Their grandma really likes puzzles. And they're just like, so like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, pre-Disney for sure, they couldn't do puzzles by themselves because they were all like, I need help putting them together and like figuring out where the puzzle pieces went and how they like the rotation of the puzzle piece. Like they had the right piece, but the rotation of the puzzle piece to actually put it in the correct spot basically was the biggest thing holding them back. And frustration as well, because obviously if you keep rotating this piece but you keep rotating it wrong, that's going to be frustrating. And so they were still getting frustrated with them like early January. And then we came home and it clicked like, I don't know, 10 days ago or something like that. And the teacher said this morning when Dallas dropped them off that that's what they did partly on Friday, their first day of school, was that they were like, they would pull all the puzzles out, or they pulled all the puzzles out, did all the puzzles, and then lined them all up, which is adorable. And then, yeah, when they were at their grandma's yesterday, they were doing all the puzzles there too. So they got like 2 out of the 3 puzzles built while we were gone for like an hour and a half or 2 hours or something like that. So super cute. And we've gotten about 2 to 3 inches of snow in the past few days, and now it's like super gloomy outside. Well, super gloomy for us outside right now. I know it's nothing compared to like typically like Ontario and things like that, but for us, the current weather is gloomy. I also have my blinds closed because it hit that point of like, well, the sun's not out enough to make it warmer in here, and it's actually like sucking heat out of here. So yeah, blinds got closed after I came done with my snack, or after coffee or whatever it was. Just realized I should actually finish my coffee so I'm not up until like 2 a.m. Because it's one thing to drink that 2 to 3 p.m. coffee. It's another thing for it to start encroaching on 4:30. No. Usually I hold on to stuff better, but that just like sprang open. All right. Very excited to get sewn. All right. Try to keep all the bits and bobs together. Hopefully save ourselves a little bit of chaos when we go to actually like put interiors and exteriors together. But you never know. I'll probably find a new way to create some chaos. I do know the next step is that we need to actually clip all of those webbings into the bags. So I think since we'll be able to like put the bags actually back into the bin once we have pockets all sewn, I think I probably can carry them upstairs and like do that. It's just easy. Even if I'm not done all the pockets, I can just do that pretty straightforwardly, which is nice. We have more text messages than I was expecting. Ooh. I should actually answer this one. She seems worried. Okay, 1 second. Sweet. Yeah, a friend I hung out with on Saturday was like, I got sick the next day. So she said her grandma's feeling okay though, and she's like, I'm always so careful. And I'm like, I know. That's just how it goes. Because we've been playing basically like, let's do something. And then the kids will get sick and I'll be like, okay, we got to cancel. But she didn't have any symptoms, so hopefully there's been no transference. Who knows? I told her if I do get sick, we can always blame the kids, because it's just as likely that it came home with one of them as I got it from her. Really. So, as long as I'm not sick for Saturday, we're good. I would be sad if I was sick for Saturday, but no, we would deal with it. It's fine. Alrighty, next one under, and Dallas has dinner ready. He just sent me a photo of it and it looks delicious. Anyway, oh yeah, so we got that big pork belly from Costco with plans to actually make chashu, which is the pork that goes on like ramen typically if you have like a ramen based or a pork based broth on your in your ramen. Anyway, but he was like, well, we got to cook it and we don't have everything we need for chashu, so let's do like this crispy, basically like that crispy pork. And he made it last night and it was really good, and it hadn't marinated very long, and the stuff all said to like let it marinate overnight, basically sit overnight. And he just sent me a photo of it and it looks delicious, so I'm excited for dinner. I was excited for dinner anyway because I'm hungry, but that just reinforced how excited for dinner I am. Scoot. All right, we've got a pocket here. I might actually be able to get more in this round simply because I kind of can see how to like manage them. The problem is all of them have to come back up to like do this section. So I think we'll just do this last one and then we'll trim and go to the next set. So how many would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 5. That's a good chunk of bags. Like I said, I don't even know how many are in here. I'm just head down and going a little bit until I'm like, how many more do we have? And then I'm like, oh, we have 8 left. Whatever. We'll do a count eventually. Maybe we'll count them at the end of today instead of in the middle of today. So around 4:25 we'll do a count of how many kato we actually have to finish, or on the bucket list or on the dream list to finish for Saturday. Nice thing is that even if I'm like putting drawstrings in them on Friday, that's fine, or Friday night, that's fine. Not a big deal. We are, however, going to run a bobbin thread here at some point, and that will be a big deal. Always the mystery. Like seriously, why do our straight stitch sewing machines not have the capability of just pulling from a spool? Sergers do. Sergers do. Heck, even if you set up something underneath, it would work so much better. So much better. Then we could just throw a spool under there. It'd also be easier to change colors. And then I wouldn't have to have this whole color debate. Like, oh, I gotta wait. Oh, Katie's constant complaints. They don't feed you well enough on continental North America flights for what you pay compared to international flights. And bobbins on sewing machines need to be larger. My problems are very small. But that's okay too. That's not a bad thing. I've got more text messages. Who's messaging me now? Yeah, she's like, I've been taking public transit, and she's like, I'm going to blame them. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we got 1, 2. I am doing a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so since we know we can do 5, let's do piles of 5 again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 10, 3, 4, 15, 16. 16 left. That's not bad at all. Sweet. I don't think we'll be able to do all the pockets before I need to head out today, but that's okay. 16 bags is still pretty good considering where we started today and how much work we've already gotten accomplished. All right, we're gonna get there. So basically there is measurements for these pockets, and what I'm doing is I actually line it up. I was like, man, I don't want to have to go through and like mark these pockets on every single bag again. I'm trying to find the efficiencies where I can. I'm using a pretty straight stitch, so I'm not too worried about like it meandering everywhere. Is it perfect? Not always, but that is part of the charm of handmade is what I'm telling myself. So basically what I do is I line up the edge of the interior fabric with what the marking would be if I was actually to measure it in from the edge anyway. So, because I've got like basically a ruler tape right here along the edge facing me on the sewing machine. So if you see me kind of looking down and lining stuff up, that's what I'm doing, is I'm actually lining up the pocket width. All right, so we'll try and do 6 in this bundle because there's 16 bags left, and that just makes my brain happy to have 10 bags left, or 2 sets of 5. Could I do 8? Yes, probably. That would actually make more sense, but you know, whatever. Actually, no, I can't do 8. Although I could do 4 sets of 4. I don't know why sets of 5 make my brain happy, but they do. Sets of like odd numbers for this sort of thing make me happy. Just seems like an easy number to count. Even though 2, 4, 6 is way easier than 5, 10. Well, when you're actually counting stuff, is easier. Sets of 5 make me happier. Someone was asking the other day, how do you count? And they were saying when they were kids, they would do counts of like 3 or counts of 4 and counts of 6. And I'm like, huh. I don't remember. I do remember, I do remember always counting like sets of 2 really easily. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 sort of thing. I think that's the fastest way that I could count in like multiples consistently. Because like if you're doing counts of 5, I find that I still have to count 5 and then do the bundle basically. So like right now I can look at this and be like, okay, there's 2, 2, 4, 6. But 5, I'd have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, or 2, 4, 1, 5, and then move on from that sort of thing. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but bundles of 5 make me happy. Bundles of 2 are kind of meh. Oh, that sounds like such a... I don't even know how to describe that. Sounds like something. All right. So we are chain piecing these right now, and basically what I'm doing is I'm just bunching up the fabric in between the things, kind of shoving the next piece underneath and going. Right now all we're trying to do is just shut my brain off and go, besides like chatting on the actual stream. Although if I go quiet, that's because I am successful in shutting my brain off and just going. Because high straight seams are nice. Especially once you've figured out that how, like, you've turned off the auto stitching that the kids somehow turned on. Also, if we do get a good chunk of the way through these, I will be doing the reversible drawstring bags, which I am super excited about. I would love to bring a new product, and actually they will use up some of the whips that got timed out, but obviously they got timed out for a good reason. I was doing serger, like drawstring bags, but they were not very popular. Granted, I didn't do a very good job of promoting them, but that's okay because I was also not I was lackluster on them. I'm not super committed to them. So, we will repurpose them. Basically, they're made from the small wedge bag cuts that never got made into small wedge bags. And they are going to just be paired up together in not super random, but slightly random pairings. And they're adorable. They are actually ridiculously adorable, and I wish I had brought it down to show you, but I will show on the stream next time I come on for sure, and maybe I'll even post a photo of it to Instagram. The first one I made, so most of the work is ironing work for them, so that's part of why we're not working on them today, even though I'm super excited about them, because I also want to get these Kato done, because I know they're super popular and most people like them. Yeah, and the cutting studio is a disaster, and that's where the ironing board is right now. So, haha. Multiple factors in this. But I do have a whole drawer full of basically like the drawstring bags that have already been finished, but they were just serger finished. So I think what we're going to do is we will actually go in, as much as I hate doing this, but it's not much extra work. Well, it is a bunch of extra work, but not bad. Is we'll go in and we will actually seam rip all of them. Just the seams. I'm not going to seam rip the serging, because that's pointless. And then we can use them for this project as well, because they're, like I said, I'm not overly committed to them. They already have their ribbon cut, all of that, so it's just like I may as well line them, essentially. That's all I'm going in and doing is lining them. Is it extra work? Yes. Will they be adorable and worth it? 100%. That's what I'm telling myself. And they're just sitting in a drawer, so I may as well. Actually, maybe that's a task I'll bring upstairs and work on tonight, so that we do have lots of options for this week after we get the Kato done. Okay, there's still bobbin thread. I don't know how. I was watching a YouTuber, and she's a production sewist as well, and she's like, you can figure out how much bobbin thread you have while you're like sewing these bags. So I know that this bobbin will make about 2.5 of this certain bag, and I'm like, I'm such a chaotic sewist that I have no clue how much bobbin thread I'm actually using in any of these. Because because of this chain piecing and because we work in more of the like production line style, I guess. It's like, I don't know. How much bobbin thread does any of this take? I know I will run out of bobbin thread eventually, but I don't know how much it actually takes. Okay, I think that was the 6 mark. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, 1 more. 6. And then we have 10. So actually, we might get to... No, that's the wrong stuff. We might get to all the pockets today. That would be amazing. I do have to take some time to tidy up so the cats don't get everything, but you know, we have done very well. I'm very pleased, considering that realistically I only had a half work day today. There we go. Yeah, and then one of the big things I do want to get done in the next few weeks, because it is going to weigh on my brain otherwise, and this will happen off camera, unless you guys want to see. I don't know. Let me know in the comments, or let me know in the chat. But I do need to destash, and so I want to pull out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish tidying up the cutting room. Yes. And then I'm going to pull the yarn bins out, and we're going to pull the yarn bins apart, and I am going to do a really harsh cut of yarn. Because here's the thing, I'm not knitting enough, and there's only so many pairs of socks I can knit. Yeah, and it's just time. Plus it'll help fund Japan. Eee, the bobbin thread ran out at the top of that stitching. Look at that. That is the... Oh, no, it didn't. It's still there. No, I didn't see it. You tricked me. I could not see it because it was covered by the fabric. Anyway, yeah, that might be something that we could do. It's not really a studio thing, but you know, it's still a knitting thing. Be a little bit different content, I guess. I don't know. All right, there's 6 again. But yeah, once the cutting studio, I'll get the desk out here tidied, I'll get the cutting studio tidied, and then we'll pull the yarn out and we'll start destashing yarn, because I'm like, I go into the storage area now, and it's fine, I don't mind storing it, but there's 3 bins there, and I'm just like, it's too much. I'm like, yeah, am I ever going to not have a stash? No. And that's fine too. Like I said, I'm not, but I would like to get rid of like a bin. So that's what I mean when I want to do a harsh cut, I want to get rid of quite a bit. So watch for that, because I will be announcing that on the business page. And then we'll figure some other stuff out later in the year. Like fabric destash that needs to happen too. Which isn't too bad actually, but it's like some of the North American fabrics, and some of them I will keep around to make stuff for the kids, but like I don't need as much as I have, basically. So what I do need to find is I've got some really nice flannel fabric for PJs for me. So I need to find a good PJ pattern and actually just sew myself some PJs. Probably could draft it actually from the pair that I really, really like. Yes, probably. I know I have a lot of fingering weight just to get rid of in general, but I think some of it at least is fingering weight scraps. So I'll let you know. Because I just want it out of the house. And then I can go buy more yarn in Japan. Not actually. I I still have yarn from our first trip to Japan because I found a hand dyer in Osaka. I have a plan for it. I have the pattern for it. Have I done it? No, because it's like, it's in between lace and fingering weight. And I just, like, I want the project, but I do not want to do the process. Maybe I should find out if Caroline wants to knit it for me. But at the same time, it's like, I want to knit it. So I don't know what to do yet. I also got a single from there, and I'm like, I don't even know what I will do with a single. So I just, part of it is that I need to go through and I need to like earmark stuff for projects in like Ravelry or something like that. Barely even been on Ravelry recently though. It's just not the season of knitting in my life right now. So, and that's fine too. It'll still be there when I get back. But I do think it's a good time to be doing the D-stash because it's not my knitting season right now. I won't get hopefully quite as precious about stuff. And be like, oh, I'll knit it. And yeah, and then not. So also I need to go in anyway and I need to actually get out the fabric, Jesus. The yarn that I want to like knit for my calligraphy cardigan, so that I do actually make that in the next little bit. Because the nice thing about knitting is that with the amount of weight, even if I do lose it, when I lose it, it will be pretty forgiving. And this cardigan's a fairly like forgiving cardigan for that sort of thing. So that'll be nice. I'm gonna go, so the cardigan I want to knit is the calligraphy cardigan by Hannah Fedig. And I've already knit it previously, but I knit it before, like it was the first cardigan I knit, and so I knit it before I understood like sizing on my upper body and things like that, and length, so the sleeves and all that, because I figured out rapidly after that that I have a long torso and I have a long arms to match that long torso, and so now I can like actually fit it properly to what I want to wear. Yeah, that's a good idea. At least put the like yarn and patterns and like, not like I don't have a bunch of project bags. I don't have a bunch of like personal project bags. I've got a bunch of like project bags for everyone else. The worst realization I came to one time is I packed up for Knit City and I threw all of my stuff in like a tote bag from the bookstore, I think, or something like that. Because I always take something that I call the day of bag, and it's like where I usually throw in like lunch and like a Diet Pepsi or a drink or whatever, and like whatever I need for the day. That's the day bag. And that's what, actually I don't even think my yarn fit in the day bag. I think my yarn went in like a plastic bag out of the day bag, but it was bad. I was like, okay, you need to make yourself more project bags. Have I made myself more project bags? No. I've been busy making bags to sell. I actually don't even have a Kato. I should actually make myself a Kato bag. I love it, but it's like, actually no, I don't want a Kato bag because the kids will get into it. That's what it is. My bags have all got zippers because it's either the kids or the cats, and it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. They just swap. It's one or the other. There's always one culprit. But yeah, that is a good idea. I think what I'll do maybe is so these bins are full. So even if I don't sell like, or de-stash a whole bin, I think the goal should be that I de-stash enough that I'm able to like sort it and put it with a pattern in the bin, and then we know what I need. Because the other thing is now I need to like, I'm sure my gauge has changed since I knit that cardigan. Again, different life stage, blah, 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 different stress levels, everything. And that's something else that I've also come to a better understanding is that I'm a tight knitter in general. And so I'm able to, oh my goodness, I can approach this with like, I actually need to gauge swatch with a different like needle probably. Hello, what happened up here? Oh my goodness, it actually is completely gone. Lost it. It's like, you have hit 4 hours. You obviously no longer need to be streaming. Yeah, it's actually like even allowing all of my notifications through. That is wild. Okay. No, I guess we've hit 4:30 anyway. Okay, so I am actually going to finish up just with the webcam here. Eek. That's the collab cam. We want the webcam. There we go. Hi. I'm much larger now. And we're going to close this so that I'm not like listening to myself. Anyway, I'm going to finish up this pocket and then I think I will head out. Just so we've got a little bit of extra time to like sort ourselves before the children come home. Anyway, yeah, I think the goal will be then thinking about that. It's not necessarily to get rid of a bin, but it will be to like get it so that I can like, yeah, something like that. And then I can put them in the bin itself so that we know what it is. I think probably what I should also do is I should probably do like a brown bag sock club thing or like something like that. And then each month I try and knit a pair of socks so that I just get yarn out of the house or made up into whatever it is. I do already have a couple of projects planned for the kids that I really want to do. So I think that'll also be a high priority. And then I can reassess what I actually have and like what might work for something and like just because again, like my tastes have changed, my skills have improved, thankfully, as they should, and all of that. So anyway, thanks for listening to my ramblings again. I will be back on Wednesday afternoon at least. I did not get any, hello, oh, okay. I didn't get any taxes done this morning, so I need to actually take the morning to do my taxes on Wednesday, at least like a good chunk of them again. I would say I'm probably about 75% through my receipts, but then I also have to go through and do like the inventory, like goods sold sort of thing, which just requires some math. But then I'll be on in the afternoon around the same time as today, just so that we can get some sewing done for the show. And then probably in the evenings over the next week, depending on how the kids go to bed. They've been going to bed pretty early, so I'll try, basically I'll drink a coffee around now so that I can stay up to actually come online. Anyway, I hope you guys all have a fantastic couple of days if I don't see you before, and I'll chat with y'all soon.